Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining today's call, this webinar. Please confirm that you are hearing me and seeing me at this moment. My name is Kevin de Cuba. We are calling in this new times of Corona, having such types of international meetings through a digital platform. And unfortunately, you can prepare as good as you can, but last minute, there's always something that happens. So apologies for the delay in starting this event, but I think we are ready to go. I want to give you a little bit of context. Today, we are calling in. Yes, and so in a bit, the channels that we are connected to will also start broadcasting live. To give you a context, this year, this event is merged or as part of a broader forum, which is called the Circular Economy Forum of the Americas. You've probably been seeing invitations for yesterday's live streaming. It's a 2-day event, 8 and 9. And the focus of it is on circular economy in the Americas. And this initiative, this particular project fits perfectly within this context of the ongoing dialogue and discussions about how circular economy can contribute in many different disciplines or many different spheres of our society. And specifically thinking about this CTCN supported circular economy initiative for the 4 countries, which are Uruguay, Chile, Mexico, and Brazil. We can say that this is very cutting edge and very, the first generation of project that is really focusing on understanding the linkage between circular economy and climate change mitigation. And I applaud the colleagues from CTCN for taking this initiative. It is very cutting edge, and we collectively have learned a lot during the past year of understanding, first of all, the interpretation of circular economy and how it links and interrelates to climate change mitigation. So I want to start with giving a general introduction to our first panelist to the group, Ms. Rose Mabasa. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Rose is the director of CTCN, and she will give us general welcome remarks and welcome you all as participants to, especially the panelists, to have a fruitful exchange and sharing of knowledge and information. And then we will proceed with the first section of general welcome remarks by our colleagues from representatives of the project countries. If you are recently connecting, please note that on the media channels, you can find different links, and these will be, they will start live broadcasting within the next coming minutes in session, because I'm seeing we're all on the screen. It's very odd, this whole experience being in a studio somewhere in a Caribbean island while having this talk with you, connecting from all the different places around the world. So with this initial introduction and contextualization, I want to invite Ms. Rose Mabasa to give us her welcome remarks on behalf of CTCN. Thank you.
Buenos dias, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. And yes, you had my name perfectly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. It's afternoon here in Copenhagen at the CTCN headquarters. So we thank you because it's an early morning for you. I want to start by thanking our partners, the project countries that we've worked with, through whose experience and knowledge I look forward to having a fruitful conversation through our panel. I want to thank my colleague Diana, who is the manager for our region, but also Judith and Ramiro, who I'm sure you all know very well, who really do put in the hard work and the hours that represent the excellent work we do in Latin America. And you're right, I wish we could have met in person, but you do have a beautiful background in the studio, a light, beautiful azure blue that I really love. But I'll just spend a few minutes talking about why, as the CTCN, we place a lot of value on the work we do on the circular economy. You all know this, but I will state it anyway, that the Circularity Gap Report for 2020 tells us that there is a negative trend compared to 2019, and a decline in the global circularity actions from 9% to 8.6. I mean, it's still extremely low to think that only 9% circularity actions happens globally. So this means that only 8.6% of approximately 100 billion tons of material use gets reused or recycled annually. It's staggering when you think of all these numbers, even if it excludes minerals and fossil fuels and metals and biomass. So this is a huge gap, but also that is an opportunity. And it could have even created a larger gap this year because of COVID-19. So in the CTCN, together with our partners and the project countries, this gap is alarming, but we see it as an opportunity. And that's one of the reasons why we are really very excited to work on the circular economy. The same report also tells us that 62% of greenhouse gas emissions are released during extraction, processing, and manufacturing of goods that serve our almost insatiable consumption patterns in this very materialistic world that we all live in and enjoy today. Therefore, for the CTCN, circular economy is really critical for the achievement of the climate goals of the Paris Agreement. Both the circular and the carbon neutral agendas for the work we do in the CTCN are complementary for the achievement of not only the Paris Agreement commitments to which 197 countries are committed, but also to the Sustainable Development Goals, and the fact that climate change is in fact a Sustainable Development Goal itself makes this confluence very significant. So in 2018, the CTCN identified the need to synergize the circularity agenda with its technology mandate under the UNFCCC in light of the achievement of the Paris Agreement objectives. And although circular economy measures are barely considered in policies aimed at meeting the Paris Agreement targets of limiting temperatures, this trend is changing, and we are very pleased to see, for example, Chile has included circular economy in the updated NDCs, and more countries are increasingly requesting technical assistance to support their circularity actions. But we still see that these countries are in the minority. In the Latin American and Caribbean region, we received the first set of countries to work on circularity. And in fact, our project partner countries, have gone on to inspire action in other parts of the world. And in 2020, for the first time, based on the work we are doing in Latin America, we received similar requests in Africa. So that just to let you know that the work you're doing is really having an impact beyond the region. In addition, circular economy measures not only benefit the achievement of climate goals, but also create a more competitive national economy and tackle resource scarcity and ensure supply security, especially that supply chain security that we've now come to realize during COVID times is very essential. 2020 has proven to be an incredibly challenging year for all of us. And For the CTCN, for those of you who were able to attend our virtual advisory board meeting, we did what everyone is doing, including what we're doing now. We adapted the way we do our work, largely moved a lot of our work online, even the national consultations. And we are grateful that we've been able to successfully work with the countries that are involved in this technical assistance, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay, to assess their status on the transition to a circular economy and to provide them with valuable tools for the implementation of circular economy measures, which will be presented and discussed during this event. So without taking so much time, I want to welcome all of you, our participants who have taken the time to join us this morning or afternoon, depending where you are in the world, and to thank you so much for your time. We don't take it for granted. So I'll hand over back to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I need to clarify, I just jumped out the event without formally transitioning in involving our appointed moderator, who is our colleague, Diana Ramos, who is your colleague, Ms. Rose, as she is the regional manager for Latin America and the Caribbean at the CTCN. So hereby I would like to hand over the baton, like they say, to Ms. Perez in order to continue with this formal session. And thank you very much, Ms. Mobasa, for your kind words. And yes, it's we are all very not only excited, but excited basically because we have a good starting point and there's much more to do in the coming year in 2021. And we thank you for your leadership and your foresight. Thank you. Hereby, Ms. Ramos Perez, please, I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. It's a pleasure for me to join you in this event. As I said, my name is Mariana Ramos Perez. I am the regional manager for the VRED Climate Weather CTCN in English. Thank you very much, Rose, for the introduction. I would like to greet all of the representatives of the countries where this is studied, and they will be given more information about the work they did. Initially, I would like to give the floor to Andrea Nascimento, Coordinator of Global Environmental Changes in the Science, Technology, and Innovation and Communication Ministry of Brazil.
Thank you, Diana. It's a pleasure to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations is delighted to contribute to the Climate Technology Center and Network Regional. I would like to welcome everyone and thank all the participants of this initiative for the precious opportunity. In recent years, we have been following the development of some global trends in the fields of science, technology, and innovation, STI. This digitalization of science and innovation, the access to research data, the deepening international cooperation in research, and the design of national mission-oriented programs are some examples. Furthermore, global grand challenges in climate and environment and those related to other sustainable development goals have become more prominent on the policy agenda in all domains, including naturally the STI agenda. Science plays an important role in strengthening international cooperation and vice versa. Contemporary global challenges do not recognize geopolitical boundaries and do not encourage isolated ways of resolution. This is evidently the case of climate change and related topics as natural disasters, pandemics, food security, water resource, and oceans, just to name a few. The production of science at the frontier of knowledge and cutting-edge technology to overcome global challenges depends on expensive experiments and large research infrastructures, depends on which are impossible in some cases to be afforded by a single country. We believe the solutions necessarily involves international cooperation, including for the sharing of installations and co-financing. Brazil already has strong international STI partnerships. Nevertheless, I believe we are ready to intensify our contribution to joint international initiatives. Brazil can contribute in a vast area of knowledge, including ones in which we lead world-class R&D, such as agriculture, biofuels, and tropical disease, among others. Brazil excels at the good science and the use of best scientific knowledge available to advise and subsidize its public policies, including foreign policy. Brazil should bring STIs closer to society, bringing together economic development and social inclusion. In the country, both the increase of student interest in sciences and increases in productivity are solved. We emphasize the importance of promoting entrepreneurship, of conducting science and technology discoveries to the market from alliances between universities and companies. This is exactly why the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations, with support from the United Nations Environment Programme and technical partners, has developed technology action plans that will enable the development and diffusion of technologies to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions that will promote sustainable development in the country. The project is financed by the Green Climate Fund, taking into consideration priority sectors, key technologies, and the fulfillment of mitigation goals. Within the scope of the Technology Needs Assessment, TNA, project, and in the line with the CTCN technical assistance, we are developing a technology action plan for circular economy and Industry 4.0. The results of this project, together with the circular economic roadmap, will drive sustainable business models in Brazil. I believe that it's worth mentioning that in the past few years, the planning of the STI policy in Brazil has taken into account the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, orienting its priorities and actions to reach the 17 SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, in this scenario, we consider that international cooperation plays a fundamental role in facing current global challenges, and the contribution of the CTCN has significant importance. The CTCN provides technology solutions, capacity building, and advice on policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks tailored to the needs of individual countries and harnessing the expertise of a global network of technology companies and institutions. The Brazilian participation in CTCN is and will continue to be of great value of our country. Before I finish, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank all participants, especially Judith Rodrigues, Kevin De Cuba and his team, and my colleagues Daniel Chang, Sonia Regina Bittencourt, Antonio Marcos Mendonça, and Regis Hetman for their efforts and dedication to this assistance. Thank you very much and have a fruitful event.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrea, for your words. Now, I would like to introduce Ms. Maria Amparo Martinez Arroyo. She is the General Manager of the Mexican Institute of Technology and Climate Change, IMEC. This organization is the CTCN designated organization for Mexico. Go ahead, Amparo.
Muy buenos días a todos desde México. Good morning, everyone from Mexico. I will take advantage that we have
I will take
translation
advantage
today.
of the fact that we have translation today. I'm gonna be speaking in Spanish. Anyway, I am very pleased to join this regional meeting where we have so many different representatives for Latin America and also from other parts of the world. I would like to thank Dr. Rose Mubasa, Director of the CTCN, Engineer Judith Rodriguez and her work team for so much support provided throughout this project. This circular economy diagnosis project, where 4 different countries of the region contribute, is very important for us. You know, we have Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, and Mexico, and this allows for all of us to be gathered here. And we all want the same thing. We want to replicate experiences and best practices in our countries now. Regarding Mexico, we have identified several circular economy initiatives that are ongoing in different sectors. And also we have identified a lot of potential projects. All of these require different stakeholders from the public sector, from the private sector, and from civil society getting involved. We are exploring sustainable solutions framed within a circular economy model. We are trying to focus the energy usage of some materials that have broken down during their first life cycle, and we are working on reevaluating materials so that we can incorporate them into new economic cycles. Also, we have detected industrial and biosis opportunity in production processes in manufacture process with a higher urban impact, especially when it comes to developing communities. We have integrated a circular economy proposal within the construction sector so that we can obtain financing from the Green Climate Fund. Success cases when it comes to circular economy have been introduced by the stakeholders themselves in many different forms. In recent months, across different platforms, and of course, we have had to use platforms during this pandemic. So as part of our process, we have identified specific indicators in order to provide follow-up for circular economy activities. And we have also identified challenges and obstacles that we have to address if we want to achieve a transition towards to this type of economy. Using the insights obtained from this Mexico study, we proceeded to work on a roadmap. This roadmap will allow us to identify specific actions, high-impact actions that we are able to implement in our territory towards an economy transition. Some of the opportunities for improvement that we have identified that we will be explaining further during this event, amongst them is favoring recovered material, revalued markets, as well as technologies belonging to the 4.0 industry that will make it easier for producers and consumers to have a direct exchange. Also, we were working on creating a sustainable development model associated to circular economy roadmaps for the industry sector and for carbon neutral market. Also, we studied developing initiatives geared towards capacity building and knowledge transfer, both at an industrial level as well as innovation research levels. I would like to highlight relevance of united local and regional levels, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, Andrea and Rose, because only by coming together, only by joining efforts, we will be able to move towards a circular economy. And we need to come together because we need to show the scale of the transformation that is possible at this stage. And we will be able to make further progress. In Mexico, we are also making progress on legal framework analysis projects. We basically want to create public instruments that will leverage circular economy in our country. And one of those is about to see the light of day. at the Climate Change and Ecology Institute of Mexico. As it has already been mentioned, we are the national appointed entity when it comes to CTCN, and I would like to welcome you all to this meeting, and I'm really thankful for all of the effort you have put forth so far. And I would like to restate my conviction that we need to work together towards the betterment of our planet and towards the betterment of our Latin America and Caribbean region. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Amparo. It was a pleasure to hear from you. Now, I would like to introduce Ms. Natalie Pareja. Natalie Pareja is the Director of Climate Change for the Ministry of Environment of Uruguay. Hers is the CTCN designated national agency in Uruguay. Go ahead, Natalie. Hello, good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you might be located right now. To all of the circular economy of the Americans Forum participants, it is my pleasure to address you all on this closing event. The assessment of the current state of circular economy towards development, a roadmap for Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay. From Uruguay, and together with the Climate Change Action Group, Engineer Jorge Castro and Laura Basili, we acknowledge and we are advocates of circular economy towards securing economic growth. We want to harness circular economy to improve natural capital and human capital. We want to promote the renewable energies and systemic efficiency. Even so, it's more important now than ever because we're in the midst of a crisis brought upon us by COVID-19. We need a greener, more sustainable recovery. And so several different initiatives have been promoted throughout the years, and they have started to be implemented. Circular economy has started to be implemented in this country. We have prioritized different areas and different projects. We have also prioritized participation by CTCN in this regional project, which has been a novel initiative. It allows us to share different ideas and different projects across different countries, and it has put circular economy at the forefront to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It is worth to note that also Uruguay has had a successful background when it comes to CTCN technical assistance and national projects, but this is the first experience at a regional level where, we had this project in the midst of a pandemic which influences all of the activities, but we can congratulate ourselves in the fact that Uruguay has gotten to this stage where we can share this experience with other countries. Now, when it comes to Uruguay, the development of this project has focused on opportunities to apply circular economy, taking different activities into account. Some of these activities have been prioritized. Amongst these are food production. Food production is an activity that our country is particularly privileged because we are able to develop an internal market as well as an external market, import and export, and also we can contribute a lot to greenhouse emissions, even if we are a small country, which is why we have developed a project around the reproduction industry and the meat production industry because they especially have a high environmental impact. To wrap up, we hope that the experience shared during this workshop, as well as the recommendations by all of the teams coming together at this event, we hope that all of this would be useful to fight climate change. We hope we will be able to uphold the Paris Accords goals. This is no small task, and it is on all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalie, for your words. Now, I will give the floor to Ms. Jimena Ruiz, Climate Change and Sustainability Mitigation Office Subdirector. This is the CTCN designated agency in Chile. After this, we will share the results of this technical assistance, and then we will discuss next steps towards moving to a circular economy initiative. You have the word. Hi, Diana. Thank you very much. We had a problem here with our invitation. Augusto Dermo actually will be the one who will talk on behalf of our organization. So, Augusto, you have the floor, actually.
Good morning, Jimena. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this space. And I would like to thank you for providing support for us in this important project. Now, this project, especially when it comes to Chile, is the result of an entire process that we have started at the Ministry of Environment. We have worked on a roadmap, on our circular economy roadmap. So, building this project, as well as the diagnosis arising from this process, was highly synergic when it comes to making a definite decision, particularly regarding the NDC commitments, where circular economy is a specific concrete action, an action aimed at integration. Now, this collaboration, as well as working on this project, has had a direct impact. We participated in the strategic committee of the design of the roadmap. And also, we worked on the producer's extended liability bill of law, where we received help from the Climate Change Agency that I co-direct with Jimena. We've had a fundamental role when it comes to building the rules and regulations, as well as different priority industries. It's worth to note that according to our instrument, we still play a very important role in order to build a convergence road when it comes to the demands of this law. So with this project financed by CTCN that we have worked on, along with other local institutions as a designated institution, we have a fantastic diagnosis that we need to bring to citizen participation stage. And the result of all of this is different projects that are of very high priority for my agency, that we gave our activities focused on circular economy from a directive approach, not only to leverage socio-environmental problems, but as a specific solution for economy to grow in order to gain efficiency and productivity. And to that end, we have a regional focus for different regions across Chile that will allow us to use our many different vocations, especially when it comes to deploying productive activity at a territory level. So this is how, under this project, we created one of our initiatives for the year 2021. It's about developing circular territories. So in addition to our circular economy initiatives in the territories, from next year onwards, we will be deploying a program based on circular territories, based on the diagnosis that came about as a result of this project. And Jimena will be able to delve deeper on that, and she will tell you more details in the afternoon. So with that, I would like to thank the support of everyone who has been involved in this project. I would like to thank CTCN for putting their trust in our agency and in the work that we do, along with the public sector and the private sector, for trusting dialogue and conversation as a transformation agent for the entire production system across Chile. to make it more resilient, more resistant, and especially more circular. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Augusto, for your words. For us at CTCN, it has been a pleasure to work with all of the countries and with all of the implementers. We're really thankful for all the technical support to develop this technical assistance. Now I will give the floor to Judith Gonzalez. She's a person who has led these technical assistance initiatives at CTCN, and she'll tell us more about the results of this technical assistance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jenna, and thank you very much, Dr. Rose, and all of the design national entities for your welcome words. And also thank you for cooperating amongst you all, because this wouldn't be possible without all of you. So I am really glad to hear that all of the countries are including circular economy little by little in their political agendas, in your national climate agendas. So it's a pleasure. My name is Judith Rodriguez. As Diana said, I am part of the CTCN team for Latin America and the Caribbean regions. And I am a specialist in weather technologies, more specifically mitigation. And I've been providing follow-up to all of the countries and our implementing partners coordinating the technical assistance. So I'll join you in this session. Especially what you've said before, I mean, this is a different technical assistance from other CTCN technical assistances because this is about the country technical assistance. We've had 4 countries working at the same time, which has been positive in some ways, and there have been more challenges, but especially I think all of the documents that we have produced have allowed all the countries to learn a little bit more about each other, about where they stand and what point in the circular economy they are in, how they can compare to one another, but especially learned about their experiences about one another. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our implementing partner. We're talking about the national consultants. Our national consultants have been working more closely with the focal points of all 4 countries. I'm talking about Alex Gobel, who's been working with Brazil, Irina Reyes, who's been working with Chile, Mauricio Centeno with Mexico, and Hernan Carlino with Uruguay, devolving, led by Kevin de Cuba, which you know already, and also they've been working with Spanish company Hector. So whenever you want, take it away.
Hi from the studios in Aruba. We have a very interesting situation because 3 of my colleagues are here with me in the studio, and I don't know if you can see the stage right here, colleagues. Here with me is Mauricio Centeno, my colleague from Mexico, Irina Rios from Chile, and Alex Fernandez from Brazil. And joining us online from Uruguay, from Montevideo, in this case, he is calling us from Buenos Aires, actually, Hernan Calima. Could you please turn on your camera so that everyone can see you? I can't see you here. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. Judith, we're ready to go with this session. We just need Hernan to connect, to log on. Hernan, please turn on your camera, and then we'll be able to go into presentations. I, in the meantime, will upload the presentation. And I think we can start with this section 2. Can you see my screen? Anybody? Please confirm if you can see my screen. You can't. Take it away, Judith. Yeah, you can go on. So, I'm going to give you a general overview of the main goal of this project. It's about assessing the current circular economy situation with an overarching goal to develop a circular economy roadmap for the 4 countries that were mentioned previously. This project was launched back in July 2019. And I'm going to give you an overview. I'm going to provide you with context. I'm going to tell you about the methodology implemented across the project and why we chose that methodology, and then we will focus on specific results for each country. And then we will end up with cross-cutting products, which is something that Judith just mentioned. This has been a very interesting process. It's been about taking a look at different proposals and the different goals of each country, and where we come in is we try to create synergies. And we will be able to propose a framework, a reference framework for other countries that might want to join us on this initiative. And obviously this project will serve as a benchmark for other countries who might be interested in preparing their roadmaps going forward. All right. We're all very aware of the context of this project. It was launched in May last year. It was financed back in May. It was funded back in May. We're a consortium made up of Factor, a consulting firm in Spain specializing in climate change, along with ASDF. ASDF is the Foundation for Sustainable Development of the Americas, where we serve as Circular Economy Platform of the Americas initiators, and together we make up an international consortium by putting together our capabilities and our experiences in the region while discussing how to apply climate change mitigation and circular economy principles. Now, something that we all know is that the technologies that we're well acquainted with today, they all come from our ability to exploit fossil fuels. A large portion of our activities, our products, mobility services, etc., are upheld by fossil fuels. Unfortunately, this has come with undesired impacts, namely carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere, CO2, amongst others. All of this brought us to the situation we're all involved in. We're looking for ways to mitigate climate change. However, aside from fostering a conversation regarding what sort of economy we use to uphold our economies, another important element arising in this whole situation that could prove to be a very significant challenge in the future is how our economies work, how the global economy works. Global economy depends on natural resource extraction. We use those resources, we manipulate them and turn them into different products, and they go into the market. And once they are inside the market, in this case, we have myriad products and services, etc., that we use to meet our needs. But then what happens after we have met our needs? Unfortunately, in most cases, it all turns into waste. So in very simple terms, it could be said that our global economy model is based on extracting, taking, producing, and then breaking everything down. And this thing, in combination with the growing global population, will reach a point where we will no longer have enough of a planet to sustain our livelihoods or to sustain our existence as humans, in this planet at least. Now, this is a very interesting element, and it is that during this project, we focused on the interrelation between extracting metals, manipulating metals to turn them into products, and greenhouse gas emission aspects. So this interplay between extracting and converting metal into products and greenhouse gas emissions. Now, this is taken from a scientific study where they discovered that 55% of all embedded energy, all of the energy embedded in products, comes from the fact that we have to use energy to extract resources, mobilize them, turn them into something else, manipulate them so that we can turn them into products. All of this represents a potential ability for us as humans to intervene and look for suitable ways to extract more value out of each product, each element, in each material, so as to extend their value and extend their usability as much as possible. Based on this study, this study says that if we focus on circular economy, if we focus on how we extract, use, and dispose of things, we will be able to curtail global emissions up to 45%, which is very interesting because it opens up the agenda. It allows us to focus on where the energy that we use to uphold our economy comes from, but also what everything we introduce into the market is made of, all of the products, etc., that we're using to satisfy our needs, which is particularly fascinating because you realize that in this whole circular economy thing, this whole circular economy thing is so cross-cutting that it contributes to several different factors, and many of these factors are in line with SDGs, and they contribute to mitigating climate change, and also it will have a positive impact on innovation, on resource management, and that means that we will have the ability to contribute to different work models. We can focus on technological innovation, which is why we're talking about Industry 4.0. These are developments that could make a contribution to natural resource management, and extrapolating that to SDG number 12, which is sustainable way of producing and consuming in our societies. Now, this has been a challenge for everyone. What is circular economy? What's the definition of the term? If we have a conversation between different countries, if we sit down and we try to align our efforts towards the same goal, we need to have a very clearly defined goal. This is our working definition, as we like to call it, so that we can all be on the same page regarding what circular economy is. If we have that common definition, we'll be able to align our efforts. It's right here on screen. Circular economy is more than just an economy model seeking to replace our current economic model. Circular economy looks for solutions and innovations in order to make a more efficient use of natural resources, which is interesting because we all know that our economies in these regions, we're blessed. In the Caribbean and Latin America, we've been blessed with natural resources. And this is very important. This is very important regarding how we interpret circular economy. And also, we have to look for ways to use those natural resources in a responsible way, in a sustainable way. And we need to look for ways to recirculate those materials across the economy while, when possible, upholding their value, their sustainability, and using clean energy sources. Thus, we will be able to work collectively while respecting our natural resources, and we will be able to live lives that are more compatible with our environment. Now, these are all 4 countries, and as you can see, at least geographically speaking, they're completely different, but they're also different, their realities, in their cultures. And this has been a fantastic learning experience, mainly because we've had to come to terms with different cultures, different understandings, and these countries have adopted circular economy in different ways based on their own priorities. The focus of this project was to assess the status of the circular economy adoption in the country, as well as mapping out key stakeholders and what measures were there in place before we arrived in these countries, and how projects that are compatible with circular economy are profiled, what are some of the pre-existing plans, and how they can be aligned as, I would say, how can they contribute to the mitigation of climate change, or how can they make a contribution to achieving sustainable development goals. As Mr. Herman mentioned, there is a very interesting component, an additional one. It's about turning our economy into a more resilient one, a more competitive one, while maintaining global relevance. And this whole thing should be done as sustainable as possible for the benefit of all. This project was split into 3 phases. Phase 1 was about introducing the topic. Phase 2 was the phase where we focused on mapping out key stakeholders, as well as preparing a database with all of the initiatives, with all of the circular economy initiatives, and mapping them out by country. And then phase number 3 was about identifying the value of circular economy through surveys, interviews, researching the literature, about looking for benefits, weaknesses, opportunities on a by-country basis, based on interactions with key stakeholders, but also trying to identify relevant sectors on a by-country basis. The 4th phase was about reviewing international experiences. We took a look at what were some of the countries that are already leading this circular economy thing. Most of them are European countries. We also wanted to very clearly analyze their motivations for going with circular economy. What are some of the aspects that they deem important, and what some of their experiences have been regarding the development of their circular economy roadmaps and how they have undertaken this process. This entire process has a goal, and that goal is to learn from others. We don't want to repeat the same mistakes that have been made in the past. We want to learn from past mistakes, and we want to replicate success cases as often as possible across different countries. Now, phase number 5 was focused on applying Industry 4.0 across different circular economy models with a goal to understand the connection as well as to assess how prepared these countries are to implement Industry 4.0 principles and how this contributes to the transition process between a linear economy to a circular economy. Finally, this is the phase where we are currently, phase number 6, where we currently are, where we gather all of the results of the analysis conducted and then trying to come up with conclusions and recommendations based on everything that's been found, as well as thinking of pilot projects, number 1, and number 2, creating a general framework for creating a roadmap towards circular economy on a by-country basis. We know that when we started this process with Chile and with Uruguay, these two countries were at a very advanced stage regarding their circular economy processes. Chile, for example, was actually preparing a roadmap to go to a circular economy. So different countries have different paces. They show different progress. But as was stated before, we have to guarantee for the progress made by different countries to be replicated across other countries participating in the same project. And this has been a positive experience. Collectively, we learned a lot from exchanges between colleagues with NDs across different countries. And I think we have a fantastic product in the end. The end result of this project is a great one, and I'm pretty sure it will add enormous value towards planning our next steps, as well as in getting more countries in the region to get involved. The ultimate goal is for all of the countries of these two regions to be able to come together under the umbrella of one single common action towards the benefit of our countries. Now, the methodology, I'm going to go very quickly through the methodology because I don't want to focus on the methodology. You're more interested in the results. But phase 2 diagnosis, essentially, we have dedicated a long time towards mapping out all the stakeholders on a stakeholder analysis, because that is absolutely key if we want to guarantee the recommendations coming out of this process, and so that at the end we can have local national stakeholders who will have to implement everything that's normally defined in a circular economy roadmap. And as I already mentioned, during our analysis, we did 4 analyses. We have interviewed several actors. We have identified priority sectors on a by-country basis. And in this case, as the representative from Uruguay mentioned, in the case of Uruguay, we found 2 subsectors, the dairy production and the bovine meat production industries, all within the spirit of trying to complement progress that they had already made. So hopefully, in the next phase, where we focus on the results, my colleagues will be able to elaborate on the details a little bit regarding their specific countries, as well as some of the results and the next steps. So I'm going to start us off. I will now ask my colleague from Brazil, Alex Fernandez, to continue with his Brazil results. Thank you very much.
Kevin, thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be part of this project. It was a wonderful experience to work together with the Brazilian team of MCTI, and working with this group was very fruitful. I'll be presenting to you some of the results we have in Brazil and a little bit of the most important topics around the processes. First of all, you have context in Brazil. In this work, it was very important to understand the context of each country. We know that the circular economy can be applied in many ways and should be localized within the boundaries and the interests of the people and the environmental and economic and social benefits for the country and the territory in different levels. In Brazil, there were many actors already discussing and enrolling in the circular economy. The industry has been released some fundamental reports in Portuguese, and the universities research centers were engaging in circular economy. The federal government has been recently released many initiatives that are starting the debate around the circular economy in different topics, strategic topics for the country. But in general, we found out that there was not a common concept or a shared vision of how the circular economy or where the circular economy can lead and in what areas and what how this can be really realized. So the overall observation of the overall conclusion is that the circular economy is still in the early steps in Brazil, which is very good for Brazil, because then you can plan it in a collective way, which is the basics for the systemic vision of the circular economy. The next slide presents you the scope of the study. In Brazil, the most important was the assessment of the favorable conditions for the development of the circular economy in the country, looking for a roadmap draft, the elements, basic elements to design a roadmap in a general level, which is in a more wide and strategic level for the whole nation. We did a diagnosis of key stakeholders. We identified the value definition, which is the perceived benefits, weaknesses, and opportunities and challenges that these stakeholders and actors felt around the circular economy. We assessed this and reviewed. We assessed these results and conclude some action areas. And then from this, we also had some international benchmarks on experience, on roadmaps and projects on circular economy in different countries to understand how they're doing, and mapped some successful cases on the application of a circular economy and Industry 4.0, which in Brazil is very already connected with the idea of implementing the circular economy. Finally, we identified potentialities of what project can be the driver of this process as a driver to begin the whole implementation process of the circular economy. Next slide, please. First step was doing a kickoff meeting in Brazil. We invited many sectors. It was an open meeting. There was a website inviting everyone. The presentations on this day are available until now, are publicly available. And from this website, we managed to engage actors to be in the first step, which were the survey on what and some topics around what they felt and what their vision on the circular economy, mostly to understand their initiatives, what they are really engaging on the circular economy, what are the areas they are already being activated in Brazil, and also to start to identify some key stakeholders that could show us their understanding of the circular economy more in deep on what they are doing and how they see the future and the present of the circular economy. The next slide shows us the representative of this actors. We accomplished to have actors from many areas. We have actors, well-balanced actors from the government sector, organizations and NGOs, enterprises, business people and entrepreneurs, smaller ones, and from academia as well. So this balance around the initiatives, it was very good, including we focus on balancing as well the gender representation in this survey. This gave us a first approach, a first picture of the circular economy, which is incredibly dynamic, is incredibly fast, but the methodology was designed in a way that this can be updated, and the process of survey, open survey, by online survey were very effective on engaging and having this feedback from the actors. In the next slide, I will show some talk about the perceived barriers, weaknesses, strengths, opportunities, and benefits that we could assess from these actors. Mostly just to have in mind that the 8 areas that were assessed was from these questionnaires and surveys were the industrial, innovative, and technological infrastructure of the country and the relationship of the circular economy to it, policies and initiatives related to recycling, climate change, and circular economy, governance and leadership related to CE, a level of incorporation of non-conventional renewable energies and circular economy, alignment of public and private agendas, which is commitment from governments, company, organizations, and academia and society, the potential of the circular economy for job creation, the impacts on NDCs and SDGs in the Brazilian context locally and for the Brazilian region, and the main economic activities in the country that might be most impacted. So these were the areas that we extracted from perceived strengths and opportunities. Next slide show the 7 areas that we assessed for the perceived weaknesses and barriers in Brazil for the circular economy, for implementing the circular economy. We assessed the regulatory aspects, market aspects, cultural aspects, entrepreneurship support aspects, financing and capital aspects, industrial and technological ones, and materials and products for reverse logistics, which is recovery of materials, process and manufacturing or remanufacturing. Next slide shows a little bit of the results from the perceived benefits. So from all this assessment, we could summarize all these assessments in these 8 or 7 main topics that we can say that the actors and the stakeholders agreed there are key benefits for the country. The first one is that if you orient the innovations towards circular economy, you can really leapfrog current economic models towards a more sustainable development. Well, using the circular economy as a tool and guidance and a framework to leapfrog some of the economic models which we call linear, but actually they're not sustainable, and towards a more sustainable and responsible, I would say, development. The second perceived benefits is that if you expand, through circular economy, you can expand the access to essential products and urban service for more people, which is one social part of the circular economy that can be explored. and this was also a point of benefits for the country. The third one is that some emerging global trends like bioeconomy and ecological regeneration can be reached by through the circular economy projects and initiatives, by designing circular economy systems. The fourth one was that from the side of renewable energy and low carbon initiatives, especially for the agriculture and industry, the circular economy could promote the adoption for more resilient practices. The next one is around that the circular economy is believed that they can really improve sustainable productions and consumption patterns for these demands on the global market and impacting this positively. Another one is that they found that job opportunities and new business can be really created and can be pushed forward by upgrading the legislation towards a circular economy. And finally, we found some of the aspects that we can say that gender equality is embedded in circular economy thinking for this transition. Well, there are 7 main outcomes that we assess it and we conclude from this work that we recommend as topics to orient the circular economy implementation in the context of Brazil, specifically for the context of Brazil. The first topic is the bioeconomy, looking for policies and articulate the governmental players around bioeconomy and climate change. Second one is that urban infrastructures can produce, can improve productive inclusion and deliver regional development, and the circular economy can be part of this. If you develop public policies for urban infrastructures to promote the regional and productive development. The third one is around the sector on bioenergy. So this is another strategic action area, which is specifically biogas, biofuels, and the carbon market for Brazil, the credit market, and looking forward more clean energy matrix, or possibly 100% clean energy matrix in Brazil. The next slide shows the next 4 strategic areas that we assess it and recommend as a result of this work, which is the industry and the supply chains needs to be engaged and capacitated to really start these agreements and collaborations towards more symbiotic and collaborative actions towards the circular economy business models. The fifth area is around research, development, and innovation for the industrial sector, and the sixth one is for research development for the agriculture sector. So we found out that it's very important for Brazil that both areas and circular economy being mainly focused on innovation as its main driver to push the economy to the next level, to be more sustainable and responsible. These 2 areas are very important to focus in parallel, but also in collaboration, connecting the industrial sectors with the rural sectors, agricultural sectors, and making the symbiosis around the materials and energy flows also between them. And finally, the life cycle assessment and platform for a national bank of life cycle assessment inventories was identified as something key that you need to upgrade for more to be able to apply this to measure and monitor the circular economy progress, and to also offer guidance for circular economy initiatives and the market as well. Finally, I can show you the pilot project slide, Kevin, if you can. The results for the pilot project that we identified in Brazil. One thing, mainly the pilot project was thought that it needs to support the development or the start of development and the circular economy network, which is embracing all the activities on research and innovation and the technological development and capacity building, especially for cross-sectorial cooperation and build partnerships, improving the knowledge exchange and creation. So this platform or this network should be activated as a pilot project to really give consistency to the actions around the circular economy, and also to engage all the actors and improve collaboration processes and cooperation. The approach of this pilot project is thought to be to build this network. It's a project that you can really integrate the idea that has been developed by the TNA Technologies Assessment Plan for the Industry 4.0, which is working with the idea that the circular economy is connected and can be very well integrated to the Industry 4.0 vision for Brazil and implementation. The main goal of this pilot project finally is to create and set up a national circular economy network integrating sectors and stakeholders to foster the development of solutions to catalyze the circular economy in Brazil. So the first step should be this in conjunction with the implementation of a roadmap. Finally, I will finish with the 5 guidelines that we recommend for this pilot project and for the circular economy implementations in general for the country. The first proposed guideline is this circular economy plan or strategic plan of implementation has to be a national and shared vision among the actors enrolled on the circular economy or interested in circular economy implementation in Brazil. So it's important that this can be a shared vision and common goals around among the actors, and this is the first step. The second thing we recommend that is important to build the knowledge about how to implement the circular economy, considering the territory differences in the country and the local context. So circular economy has to be seen as in these different scales, and the local scale and the regional scale in Brazil, we know that are very different, and then the needs and the expectations are different. And the way to implement this, the circular economy systems has to be different as well. Third recommendations as guidelines is that the policies and the regulations that has to be upgraded or created or improved in Brazil has to favors more responsible and sustainable production and consumption, which is circular economy regulations are not sustainable per se, but has to be thought as to be more sustainable and responsible. So designing the policies from scratch by design with this in mind. Fourth, a recommendation as a guideline is that the financial mechanisms must improve or should improve the enabling infrastructures to support circular economy initiatives at all levels and scales. Again, circular economy is not just something that is broad and global, but it happens in the different scales. So you need to support the SMEs, you need to support the small R&D, the research and development in different scales, and the communities and cities and also the great centers of Brazil, urban centers of Brazil, and urban great areas of productive areas from agriculture, and also the forestry area. And 5, and finishing, we recommend that you need to prioritize R&D oriented to systemic, cross-sector, and social technical innovation processes, which is circular economy has to be always thought as something that is systemic, that it's embedded in cross-sectorial arrangements, and in the level of social and technical innovation to really be fruitful and really be successful. So in a nutshell, I can give you this as results from Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judith?
Yes, thank you, Alex. So we can continue with Chile.
All right, hereby introduce Irina.
Hola, buenas.
Good morning and afternoon to you all. We are very pleased as a team to arrive at this minute of the consultancy where it is possible to show which have been the main products by the countries. In my case, Chile. I want to thank the Agency of Sustainability of Climate Change and Jimena that has offered all of her support to us. And also, I would like to congratulate the new director, Mr. Ernuco. Like all the consultancies in the countries, we start off with a kickoff meeting. In this meeting, we identify the truth. In case of Chile, we start off with 2 very important elements, or several. The first is that the Ministry of Environment had already made a study to analyze stakeholders and diagnose at a national level. Therefore, what we had to do once we began was to make a prioritization at a regional level. This is when the Ministry of Environment chose 4 key actors who represent the 4 regions of the country. Chile is a long country, 4,500 square meters, and also is very narrow. Therefore, the productive vocation and climate determines the approach and transition in circular economy. In the north, we chose Antofagasta, the greatest GAP producer in our country through the mining activity, since also in Iquique, which are regions further north towards Peru, already had been constructed and constituted the base for the first center of circular economy for the mining financed by the government of Chile, through the Agency of Economic Development and also the regional governments. As you can see, there are quite a few initiatives and a path traveled that had also led the Ministry of Environment to launch a binding for the roadmap of circular economy in Chile that is awarded Euro-Chile and that is in its full implementation. And as Mr. Hermo said, it will already process public consultation. Therefore, our work as technical support was in the regions. Antofagasta, Valparaiso in the center, Biobío in what we call the nearest south, and from there you can see Lagos, where is the first step towards Patagonia. We take into account the main research centers, the ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship developed through Corfo, Secotec, and other Secotechs that support small businesses. And in the public sector, we also take into account the regional governments, which are very important because nowadays Chile is living a process on decentralization of these governments, where the intendants are going to be chosen, therefore with a roadmap and regional strategy very marked for each one of them. And an important phase is the systems of management formed recently in a law called REP. The main economic sectors we're going to perform in each of the regions are mining, agriculture, foods and services, in agreement to which they were strategic programs of Corfo and left cross-sectional sectors as it is production, sustainability, and responsible consumption. The general observations for Chile, first also to mention that the main handle would be the law marker for the management of waste and promotion. The first step, but it opens us as a country as well to the markets and stimulates the economy, the circular economy, because this law has, in addition within their fundamental principles, the eco-design. When you have this eco-design, which is part of the way you rethink in circular economy, it becomes a very relevant energy motor to handle. In addition, not all the countries promote recycling or its synonyms of extended responsibility, and this involves also the industry. It was also mentioned that very relevant circular economy, like oceans, are incorporated as goals and climate commitments. And the pandemic and all the process that we have lived as a planet brought a good news to us, which is the 20.1% reduction of the CO2 levels, surpassing the worldwide average. But to maintain these levels, much is required. The commitment of the public and private sector, and considering the climate change and circular economy to plan the later actions to COVID, and just like the clean production, like a resilient economy, are fundamental for the CO2 emissions in the following decades. Our emissions as a country are quite low, but we are exposed to 7 of the 9 conditions of vulnerability of the climate change. Because of our exhibition to the coast, our territory, it is very important that our economy is resilient. And so, general observations determine that the production model is one of the 2 axes, and the other is the incorporation of the Industry 4.0 and technologies that entails. The reach of this study took place in 4 sub-regions so that it is understood by all the audience, and we also summoned to workshops through the Environmental Ministry, occupying many instruments of the Helen MacArthur Foundation, especially a policymaker toolkit to be able to manage policy making through this tool, and this frame through we were able to determine the importance and potential of regions. Now we are going to review the regional potential for the circulation of the 4 regions. I want to comment that 4 cross sectors do exist: logistic, transport, and by the characteristics that I spoke just now, a quite long territory by the construction, agriculture, and foods. Okay, so said very quickly, we looked for a map of the high priority sectors and focused in them through the different representations from the ministries that in Chile are called regional ministry secretaries. We work on these actors mainly incorporating the third sector, the NGOs, the private sector, and the productive sector. Also the productive vocations. Go next. Let's go then to Antofagasta. As I mentioned before, is the most productive region. It's located in the north of our country, and we managed to summon more than 28 regional actors from their different represented areas. And when we did this exercise in regional potential and importance, circular potential and the region and the importance of the mining sector, this is the one that shows with greater importance in the 24%, followed by the regional importance, which they have in 46%. That is what raises them to the energy sector. The great potential they have for renewable energies. The energy sector has a great potential for renewable energies. The region has about 4,000 hours of annual sunlight, so it represents a 50% and a 13%. And also the management of waste product left by the mining activity. There's also a roadmap for copper mining and innovations where it's stated that between 400 tons per month are produced by mining waste. So there is a great opportunity and treasure for circular economy. And the potential of use of these resources and the reuse of these materials could go into a energy consumption in between 60 and 65%, and also a decrease in the greenhouse gases by 75%. Therefore, the potential of the circular potential in the region as mining goes makes the future to have lower emissions according to the World Bank. Examining certain rising metals and the mining in Chile has a future that will make the world able to meet carbon restrictions because we are producing copper, lithium, but also green hydrogen, which has emerged as a great force with an energetic potential. Regarding the energy, although the region contributes more than 80% in the generation of the interconnected system of the large north, it only uses at 2.6 and has installed capacity. So therefore, if we talk about we having more than 4,200 hours on average and of sunlight, there is a great potential for the value generation chain, the photovoltaic, and for the whole industry. The management of waste in the region, this region is by far the greater producer due to its productive vocation, the greater amount of dangerous waste. Therefore, that high level of production is equivalent more or less to the data of 2019. Let's remember that this diagnosis was made at the beginning of this year, 2020. So it's a diagnosis that has been cooked for a long time, because to be able to put in agreement 4 countries and has left to have a diagnosis that has been able to include all the year, and from the positive glance to which could it been updated itself, mainly with the vision of what the pandemic brought us as well. So the recycling sector, as I said, is a very important sector, but also we have a very important potential for the work with universities, and because in addition, Antofagasta for more than 20 years was dependent of a sector of La Chimba, that was a rubbish dump, was occupied with a series of waste recyclers. So now we can center ourselves in the region of Valparaiso. This place is located in the center and it was declared a World Cultural Heritage by UNESCO. The region of Valparaiso, when it's thought touristically and it's thought of the port, but the region has a productive vocation in agriculture and it has been seen also affected by the drought, the use of the water, and is a region that represents more or less the 10% of the national population, and the agriculture sectors and the feeding sector saw it separately, but the hydric sector also is there, almost in the limit. So the challenge is also how to diversify the crops. Circular challenges have to do with the power to generate an low greenhouse effects on agriculture. The region is very linked to the universities. Nowadays are present in the regions. Traditional universities where in fact there's a biotechnology nucleus of the Catholic University of Valparaiso, and it was also host the first center of circular economy and eco-design. Therefore, it's a center that is developing re-evaluation of resources from the territory. There's agreement of clean production that, impelled by the agency, is enough. It's important enough for the handling of the tomato producers, for example. And also it's very important in the production of avocados, so that the audience can understand. Now, the planning office of the Ministry of Agriculture did a great job on a roadmap and diagnosed the agribusiness industry, where there is a great potential for the circulation of fresh fruit and for also the waste of this fresh fruit, achieving a zero loss on materials. So it is a program that is quite relevant on the region. Then we have the sector of where we have agriculture. Okay, the waste sector with a great circular potential, also specifically on construction waste. According to environmental data, the 38 municipalities that make up this region produce almost 91% of the waste that produces the landfill and 8% to garbage dumps. So it's the same on constructions. So therefore, in this amount of environmental liabilities that this region has, either for this or for its industrial facilities, there's a great opportunity and a potential for improvement involving the communities that have been vulnerable to climate change, especially, like I said, Ventana and Cuchuncaví. They're industrial parks. They could be also symbol of the empowerment of citizenship. So the cultural training and the training overall is very needed for this region. So now we move to the Bio region. Just to hurry a little bit, in December of 2019, we managed to accomplish this workshop, and economically, this region stands out for the activities of the steel industry. It's a manufacturing vocation, and therefore has a vocation for the manufacturer to become a remanufacturer in this pandemic. We all saw the importance of the local supply chains and the importance of the industries, for example, the manufacturing industries, become resilient to climate, right? So how do we make the small businesses to adapt to climate change? So therefore, the 24% is represented by the manufacturing activity, and it's equivalent to 16% of the manufacturing activity in the country. So manufacturing activity, tourism, and then rises a sector that is very important, which is education. The Bio region has a lot of universities. After Santiago, I would dare to say very traditional universities such as Universidad de Concepción University, and so therefore education arises. But also the public sector arises because the region is able to understand the importance that circular economy implements not only with the private sector. It is necessary for the public stakeholders and for the financiation of some quick wins in order to be implemented. Okay, so the tourism also stands out with a regional importance, and there's several tourism programs involving the Ministry of Public Works, who has developed a powerful program to be able to restore natural sites, and tourism overall has been following this pandemic, but we hope that it will recover with this infrastructure plan that supports sustainable tourism in the case of this region, and in a context with business models that share platforms linked to circular supplies that allows also generation and recovery. Chile developed during Euro-Chile, in particular, this foundation that I was talking to you about, it developed a tourism foundation program from Arauco province that can be a post-pandemic flow. So we have, as I said before, the producer of a region that's mainly manufacturing region, where the industry of cellulose is oriented to meet the needs of an external market, whereby sub-products become able to circulate within the region. SETMAN, the Center of Technological Extensionism, has been of great support. It's mainly to small businesses, and small businesses are the ones who reactivate the economy and who will have or produce the greatest amount of employment in all of Latin America, and Chile is not an exception at this time. The high value wood program becomes very necessary in this phase. So now in education, the circular potential in education is within the environmental science centers of universities such as Concepción and the technological park called PASIT, where in this park the university is responsible for the implementation of PASIV. And they also look for, there's also other parks and research centers of bio and biodiversity researches, and there's a lot of research communities in bio. They had a great participation in the science committee for the COP25. Now let's look at the Lagos region. It's a region where I live right now, and there's where the importance of the extreme regions in a country like Chile that develop their own value chains, their own ways to manage, is quite important. And fishing has been here. Fishing the waste management and the plastics, it's closely linked to both of them because of the waste that they produce by the economy, fishing, and the aquaculture. The regional economy contributes almost a 3% of the GIP, and this 3% is also given not only because of the aquaculture activity, but also because of more of the 200 coves and a large number of registered aquaculture centers. So in the results of these workshops, then we have plastic waste, management of fishing, aquaculture together, and then the fishing industry and the aquaculture industry maintains very important challenges, which is like reducing the use of antibiotics to maintain natural cycles and productively maintain the concessions that have been given to them, and also preserve them for scientific and research purpose and monitor environmental conditions. Their aquaculture should be important in this, but in addition to the 10 research centers that maintain the region to monitor the temperature change and also acidification of our seas, but also represents one of the biggest challenges on the daily generation operation of the plastic waste of this industry. It has a great circular potential if we consider the importance in the food. The FAO has put food and also aquaculture as sustainable foods. The Economic Development Agency for Sustainable Salmon Strategic Programs, and also the ocean aquaculture programs. There's also a technological center for oceanic aquaculture that has been trying to transform the fisheries into a more sustainable fishing, and it's involving the Meso region. I don't want to interrupt you right now, but you've got a few minutes left. Yeah, and the plastic sector has been relevant in this as well. So, okay, let's go to the next slide then. Well, so the work is available to all of you. So then, as I told you, the main results of this presentation of our work has to incorporate, as we said, the waste sector that emerges in this roadmap with great importance, but also an important variable is that climate policies incorporate the gender variable as well and specific needs, and in that Ministry of the Environment is doing a very important work in gender equity and also climate change. Women and girls must be empowered because climate change affects men and women differently, and their consumption and production decisions and migrations are also product of climate change, and they affect women. So there are 3 determined structures that we managed to enable. One of them is the culture organization. The other one is the need for regional ecosystems in the Lagos region, extreme regions of how they develop in ecosystems involving entrepreneurship and innovation, and also the finances that should not be barriers to overcome climate change, and incorporation of circular economy and funding for circular activities, and also initiatives. Next, the pilot project that presents and that our NBN Jimena Ruz can talk about. After it is formed, there is a road map process in Chile. A strategic committee is formed in addition to incorporating for no more than 10 tables. One of them is the innovation escalation of industry and 4.0 industry, where the society SOFOFA establishes a very important role in the coordination by being present in all regions, and by the determination of the roadmap, it established that there are barriers of coordination and knowledge in the regions, then decides to choose for the project of articulation and activation of circular ecosystems. This project seeks a development approach through the linking of the various stakeholders and institutions that impact with the circular economy, establishing a free methodology of open innovation for the regions and with open innovation challenges, and is based on the need to generate ecosystems of innovation and more sustainable entrepreneurship that link the need to the company with development academy, but also with the world of science and also with the public world. So this is the project that will be explained. Which are the considerations for the roadmaps that were also taken into account? The energy matrix. Chile has also set the carbon neutrality goal for the 2050. We will be a country that electricity consumption will be based on it's gonna be based on an array, on a matrix of unconventional clean energies. The nutrient recovery, the work of the Planning Office of the Ministry of Agriculture, has also highlighted the need to recover nutrients and plan our agricultural development based on technical cycles and also biological cycles, industrial symbiosis of the industries. Today, we already are talking about industrial symbiosis. And that is very important, that our industrial parks can provide one or other company with what is waste for some is well for others. So next slide. The flow of materials, applied life cycle approach. There's regions like Antofagasta region that already made their first analysis of material flows analysis. So also the Lagos region is also working, therefore make the making of material flow analysis is too important, as well as the territorial ordaining and metabolism of urban cycles. More than 80% of the country develops in cities. Therefore, cities' metabolisms are important when it comes to being able to look for cities that are becoming circular. And third, and here I will stop 2 seconds because I find it too relevant, that is the improvement of the information systems. Okay, so good news, we have in Chile information systems. Bad news, they do not talk to each other, and there's a great opportunity for both the public and private sector to approve data that are in the RECEP and data that report the municipality so that they become a more high quality data. And we can train the municipality managers to upload the information regarding the receipts that are generated and to the data for gender analysis, mainly for public policy analysis, and to be able to guide the following climate actions. As already said, gender equality was a cross-cutting element. So also gender equality was a very important element in this consultation, because it's been financed by the Center of the Climate and is one of the big axes of gender and climate change, the articulation of the circular economy with these two that has often been seen today only linked to climate change, but it's very important to also link it to circular economy. So, and also the basic recyclers and the inclusive component. There are more than 40 national leaders. Let's remember that Chile has 15 regions, so 40 leaders already identifying a regional level in the different territories is of great importance for the new management systems. And finally, the pilot project, the quick wins, and the called quick wins in the methodology of a roadmap, also solving problems, green spots, and the 10th region. They have also been relevant in order to open space to the new entrepreneurships and into the waste, also as green glass. Al gramo is another strategy of circular economy, and the importance that the circulation of plastic has in Chile. So there's Atando Cabos also there as well. In our country, we are a very small country, but with lots of work to do and a lot of work already done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Irina, for this regional analysis. Now, there's a few questions, but first we go through all the countries. Mauricio, he will introduce us to Mexico. I will ask you to please adjust to 10 minutes already. I know that there's a lot to explain, but we are already with a little delay, so I would appreciate if you can adjust to the time.
Of course. Judith, first and foremost, thank you very much for this space. This is the result of a months-long work where we have collaborated with the entire INEC team, led by Dr. Amparo, by Claudia Octaviano, Dr. Chel, the operations team, along with Lupita Mérida and Luz Maria Gonzalez. So I'm going to be very brief. I'm not going to delve too deep into some of the most cross-cutting topics, which are regional opportunities, because Irina and Alex have spoken about that at length. So I'm going to focus on the specificities of Mexico. So here's what we identified on the diagnosis part. I'm not going to delve too deep into the methodology because Kevin de Cuba already gave us the rundown of the entire process. So in the first part, in the diagnosis part, what we explored was, we tried to understand what was going on from the most economically relevant sectors, but also in terms of climate change impacts. These would be, I guess, the two main pillars regarding how to implement circular economy. And they should be implemented through these two high-impact initiatives to start creating momentum to bring that to other sectors and to other regions specifically. So on the preliminary parts, we identified that some implementations are happening, particularly when it comes to production processes. For example, waste co-processing in industries such as the cement industry, recycling materials in some supply chains such as the cardboard and paper industry. They've made great progress in this. This dynamic is something that they have been working on for a while. And also we identified how to incorporate energy production, energy generation with clean sources, because Mexico has a high generation potential. We're talking about a territory with 80% possibilities of wind power and solar power. So it's about how to make that energy transition in line with the National Energy Transition Line that was recently submitted under a new regulatory framework, etc. So let's go to the next one. Thank you. We focused on all 5 sectors described here. Initially, we went to the cement industry because we were interested in finding out how they come together with the construction sector in terms of finding opportunities to divest recyclable material flows that aren't being reused. And yes, we do have a fantastic waste collection infrastructure, but 83 or 84% of all materials are collected at a national level, and only 9% of those materials are reused. So that in and of itself is a huge gap. And the same thing goes for the steel and metal industry. There are some efforts among some very specific organizations where there's a material exchange, and there's this need to create these types of dynamics at a larger scale where we can, through business models or through regulatory frameworks, make these interactions more feasible. We also worked on the chemicals industry. Obviously, we have to understand that as you develop new products, there are a myriad more opportunities from eco-design that would allow us to facilitate reassembling, disassembling, and remanufacturing practices. The paper and cardboard industry are much more efficient in terms of recovering and reusing their materials. And so we wanted to explore a couple other possibilities when it comes to cellulose reusing to add value to it. One of the most relevant sectors, which also have a high relevance for this sector in Mexico, is the research and innovation sector, because we're talking about creating a myriad mechanisms that we can use to establish public and private connections or university government company connections in order to create specific projects that would allow us to identify potential uses for different materials that are not being reused today. In recent interviews with the cement and steelwork industries, we realized that a lot of material which is already available hasn't really been reused. And we already know that this transfer can happen. However, there is a huge challenge in being able to bring those to sectors where they haven't been traditionally used, and we need to validate those through scientific and technological developments. Now, this is something very relevant that I would like to mention, and it is creating a reference framework for a roadmap. This roadmap is a framework so that countries can better focus on the metrics of their roadmaps. There are data at different scales of different types coming from the public sector, from the private sector, yes. But these data, as Irina said, aren't really speaking to each other. You know, we have raw data and that's it. And we have a lot of data that doesn't really pertain to circularity. So we need to really enrich those data if we want to use it effectively towards creating competitiveness, establishing a gender perspective, obviously, all of that around circular economy, and these matters are very urgent. Next, please. All right, so the project was first introduced on August 27th, 2019. We had a very interesting audience where we were able to have conversations with research centers, with technological centers, with all the relevant stakeholders belonging to the entrepreneurship and investment circles, creating initiatives that can be implemented at a larger scale. Also, we got together with people, for example, from Aconcamin, from the cement chamber, from the steel chamber, from the paper chamber, from the chemical industry Chamber of Commerce, and also with independent consultants who are specialists in climate change, in circular economy, and in business development. And through this open conversation, we were able to delve deeper, especially on identifying challenges and barriers, as well as our strengths as a country, and how we can use all of that to start on a transition process towards being more sustainable in terms of production, but also in terms of economic reactivation in a situation that we have to go into, which is the post-COVID era. So with all of this diagnosis, which, by the way, this diagnosis has been updated over and over again, we identified two things towards the end of this process. On the one hand, we need a pilot project where we can use this potential in terms of materials, or at least start a transitional process towards this harnessing of the ideas that are out there in specific projects. In this pilot project in particular, what we identified was creating a material revaluing mechanism through demand and offer dynamics, which is different from what's going on right now, which is oftentimes more expensive and not too feasible. So it's about how to using Industry 4.0 technologies, digital markets with revaluing models from business as usual also, in order to balance and make all of this feasible. What sort of incentives would have to be created from a fiscal perspective towards circular economy, and how this dynamic would create business models that are feasible, that are viable, that can add value to these organizations that are currently unable to revalue all these material flows. So this is just a chart. This is just for you to get an idea of what we're really trying to achieve in this pilot project. We basically want to get waste material as well as many other assets that are being subutilized today, thanks in part to the pandemic, but also in part due to economic dynamics between sectors. So it's about how to use digital platforms to make those available to other industries that they hadn't been talking to before, in order to get to this final economic reflow that can make us more competitive. And why not even being able to develop some sort of external market through international treaties or other such cooperation programs. The other big output is the roadmap, obviously, for the country under the framework of this project. But we also realized that we needed to delve deeper into the regulatory framework status, not only when it comes to waste management, but also water management, energy transition, climate change, and ecologic equilibrium or balance. So with this framework, which it has existed for many years, we used it and we studied it in order to understand the game rules, as well as identifying what gaps are yet to be closed. We wanted to find out any associated policies to circular economy and really study them. In doing that, we identified 5 strategic lines. What sort of public policies related to circular economy need to be developed? We also need a fiscal policy that would make these business and revaluing business models more feasible. Research, development, and innovation under the principles of circularity, using the circularity initiatives that we already have in the country. Education and culture also, not only to transform consumption and the way citizens behave, but also it's about how to create new jobs for the future, as well as other skills to achieve the transition. And finally, what we mentioned before, data systems that can work on 3 scales: measuring the specific ability of an organization, of a municipality, measuring the regional and sectorial level, and data at a national level. This data would be enriched so that we can make better decisions and so that we can achieve our goals, climate change, etc., etc. We already talked about sectors and levels. And in this roadmap, we're going to have triple year periods where we can define very specific actions, in the medium term, in the short terms, as well as some other transformations in the long term, towards 2030, more or less. Next, please. To wrap up, amongst the main results and benefits arising out of all of this conversation and analysis, we wanted to highlight these 7. Obviously, our report goes deeper into detail, as well as describing some of the more collateral topics. But basically, the overview says that number 1, we have to revalue the material flow to mitigate negative environmental impacts. It's also about adopting best practices for sustainable consumption and production, so as for industries to be able to find efficiencies and resource recovery, reducing production costs, cutting down on production costs. It's about how to make the most of industrial symbiosis, which were already, we have some initiatives which were presented a while ago. We have innovation hubs, we have some other material flows, and it's about how to bring that to a larger scale and to connect that with strategic roadmaps of sector chambers of commerce, as opposed to just never making it beyond just being an initiative between certain isolated sectors. Creating new markets and also new business models. We need to start connecting those two. And we need to start thinking about how eco-design, when designing different products, how it plays into this. Eco-design should allow us to materialize in reality that responsibility, or in other words, the producer extended liability. It's gotten many names in Mexico, but what is true is that it currently lacks the mechanisms to make all of the stakeholders accountable. We also talked about community circular economies. Now, Mexico has its own community vulnerabilities, depending on what territory and what industry you go to, and depending on what social group you talk to. There are very interesting mechanisms on that regard, which were also presented on the June 15th workshop. For example, the Quetzalcoatlpo's community, they can serve as a model to create local economies where we can create more benefits. And finally, we looked at the project financing through all of the mechanisms that are coming to the fore. We have climate financing, we have circular financing, etc. Next, please. Okay, just the last one. Just 1 minute. I just wanted to wrap up with by giving you some recommendations for a roadmap. First and foremost, this is a process that needs to be conceived from a transformation acceleration based on a robust framework, based on a data system, and on a fiscal policy that would allow us to change these business as usual dynamics and turn them into a business opportunity. We also need a circular economy national strategy led by a group made up of several different leaderships, not only the Secretary of Environment or the Department of Environment, but also we need the Department of Economy to become involved, because we're talking about a transformation of economy and competitiveness, and also the Department of Well-being, because we need to look for well-being in any public policy we make. The reference framework and the roadmap are both en route, and they should be very clear for its quick implementation. We need it to be very clear so that the government knows exactly what to do and who to connect with in terms of cooperation, as opposed to just leaving gray lines across different scales. And finally, we need to focus our public policy towards the transformation of production chains. We need to go from the silo perspective to a more interconnected perspective between different production stakeholders. Only this way we'll be able to find opportunities to co-create and to create new entrepreneurships, because we already know that these entrepreneurships are coming to the fore in a very organic way, but we need to accelerate them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mauricio. Well, this is now the last country that we will have featured here by the national consultant, Hernan Carlingo. Hernan, take it away whenever you want. Thank you very much, Judith. It's been a challenge. And what's even more challenging than this project is to make the last presentation on such a fantastic series of presentations. So I'm going to focus on the more salient aspects of the project we did. Now, I want to start by saying that we had already done many of these things in Uruguay prior to the implementations of this project, because we had already been working on a circular economy process geared towards the opportunities it could yield and the benefits it could bring. This prior process was based on two pillars. First, creating plans and policies, and second, a strong and growing private sector involvement. And we did that through a myriad participation process with key stakeholders who were involved proactively. The result of all of this was the convergence of a circular economy action plan at a national scale, officially kicked off in September last year. So, along with launching this project in the country, we were wrapping up the process of creating a national circular economy action plan. And here I would like to note the idea of circular economy as a strategic goal. And second, I want to talk about the action plan. This action plan is not just about making statements regarding, oh yeah, circular economy is good, circular economy is fantastic. Rather than that, it's about making specific progress. So in that plan, we established key economic sectors: the dairy sector, the meat production sector, and the forestry sector, which are absolutely important for the Uruguayan economy. We also addressed revaluing material, revaluing waste, as well as reusing food waste and packaging waste. So when we started working, again, we already had made some progress regarding circular economy. And also, we even came up with an action plan with very clearly defined goals prior to starting the CTCN project. So this regional project was officially kicked off in August 2019 with more than 40 key stakeholders who participated in the definition of circular economy concepts. And we made some decisions also. We made decisions towards focusing on, I guess, focusing more accurately on the execution of the study component of this regional project, from this project at a regional level. We had already done so many things in the country, meaning that there was really no need to redo some of the processes. We already had made some progress. The idea of circular economy was already ingrained within national planning, and all economic stakeholders agreed more or less in general on how to go about things. So, amongst the decisions we made, the first one is related with placing a strong emphasis on articulating circular economy analysis and the possibility of driving climate action, which were already included in the first national contribution in Uruguay. So it wouldn't be just an analytical process and it wouldn't all be left in the theory, but rather than that, how we would be able to implement the Uruguayan national contribution. So this is closely related with climate change mitigation as well as achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in our country. So that was the first emphasis. Then a decision regarding working on a national roadmap, like all the other three countries are doing. We decided after having an open participatory debate and under CTCN guidance, we made a decision to bring that analysis to the food chain, which is a very important supply chain in the country. And we decided to make special emphasis on dairy and beef production. So we wanted to make circular economy absolutely applicable. And we also wanted to take a look at what was going on in the production sector and what we could do to improve efficiency, competitiveness, and access to international markets for both of these supply chains, the dairy supply chain and the bovine meat supply chain. They already have a very important market share at a global level, and we wanted to take a closer look at them. Also, we placed special emphasis on the fact that this project needed to be based on consultations for relevant stakeholders. Basically, we wanted to incorporate their perspectives and their ideas into our conclusions. And finally, since we're talking about two production chains, we decided to work on two pilot projects, one for the dairy production chain and another one for the bovine meat production chain, with a latter production stage and application stage. These are some pictures of the official workshop kickoff meeting, August the 14th, as I already mentioned. And it was a very important workshop because, as I said, it established a work line that were absolutely important to achieving the goals of this pilot project. So we went over what we wanted to do with the preliminary study, assessing international experiences, everything you've heard so far, some key aspects, some essential aspects, and you know the rest. Next. Now, I want to briefly touch upon the analysis framework. Now, Uruguay has a very specific socioeconomic structure. There is a scale, and there is a competitive advantage to having this resource allocation scale. We have policies and plans that have been adopted towards moving to circularity. So with that in mind, with this physical, economic, production, and institutional context, we were able to identify benefits in order to make progress when it comes to establishing circular economy in the country. Now, there's a very relevant aspect here, and it is that all relevant stakeholders participating in the kickoff workshop, and then the ones who participated in the in-depth surveys and questionnaires, understand that circular economy can be a valuable contribution when it comes to consolidating the advantages that our country already has when it comes to production chains. And it also allows us to materialize different policies. For example, long-term sustainable development strategies, climate policy, gender policy, social inclusion, creating a competitive national economy that is also sustainable. So circular economy is able to make a contribution, and this contribution is perceived as valuable by all stakeholders. Next. Amongst the main results and benefits that circular economy is able to contribute, and is contributing, first and foremost, is a cautionary approach to international markets. What I mean by that is that as we move towards circular economy, it is possible to avoid market impositions which are already being designed by big emerging economies and by big developing countries when it comes to regulatory asymmetries. So circular economy is sort of the great equalizer for markets, especially when it comes to export products, particularly in these two production chains that we decided to focus on in Uruguay. Second, it's been mentioned by my colleagues, but it is still relevant. Improving the competitiveness of some value chains, improving opportunities for diversification. And also, there's a possibility to make the most of the benefits of what we currently understand as waste that can actually be repurposed into value-adding products. Then we have leveraging national efforts towards creating sustainable development pathways. This is closely related with protecting ecosystems. We have very valuable ecosystems in our country. And last but not least, there is a potential that circular economy has to offer when it comes to cutting down on greenhouse gas emissions, as well as cutting down on landfill liquid absorption. We can harness that to increase the carbon content of the soil. Other highlights are improving financial and economic flows. This is a very specific benefit arising from production activities. This in turn reduces costs, and it allows us to create new revenue streams closely connected with revaluing products, which in many cases that is not happening in this day and age. And another important benefit is cutting down on socioeconomic costs resulting from pollution and contamination, because it has an impact on health and on ecosystems. Anyway, it's cutting down costs by adopting circular approaches in the storaging and transportation area. And another very important aspect is relieving some pressure on the natural resources of the country by using circular economy and by using bioeconomy. In particular, we need to cut down on biogeochemical disturbances, and we need to preserve the basis of the human capital. Next. Hernan, you don't have too long. You don't have too many minutes left. Well, I'm gonna make the most of the time I have left. Thank you for letting me know. Anyway, our stakeholders mentioned that there's a need to base circular economies on production chains, on value chains. These value chains, particularly the dairy production chain and the bovine meat production chain, have a very strong international connection. So making progress in circular economies is connected with international demand which Uruguay is already partaking on. So it makes sense from an endogenous perspective. It improves the country, but also it allows us to be more competitive at an international level, because we know that global markets are increasingly more demanding when it comes to the product they consume, and they have more and more requirements regarding internal productions, especially in countries in our region. That's the first point. Also, our stakeholders highlighted a matter of concern, and this matter of concern is efforts. We need to make a big effort, and we don't have enough economic resources. We don't have enough investment capital. There are risks associated with that transitional process, And also, there are some value chains that are already in high demand by the global platform, but they don't have the best, but they are currently doing badly as a result of the pandemic. So we need for these capital resources, technical assistance resources, risk management also, and the time and effort of our business people. We need all of that to go hand in hand with a public policy framework that will let them move and go as they will. Because of climate financing, climate financing is very scarce and it is not agile, but we need it. We need it. We need it in order to mitigate the financial impacts of our transformation towards a circular economy. And also we have capital costs associated with this transformation. We need financing, as I already said, and possibly we will need to take a deeper look into specific financing mechanisms to make this transformation process easier. Next. All right, some recommendations very quickly because I don't have too much time left. First recommendation is we needed to get private stakeholders involved. Now, these private stakeholders are already involved, which is good, but we need more of them. We need to extend that participation to SMEs. This is probably a very difficult effort, but the more participants we have, the less effort it would represent for all of us. Second, we need to review the economic structures to facilitate this transformation. We need to create the right incentives in order to stimulate transitional efforts. Also, we need to address the cultural process, which has been addressed by my colleagues before me. Now, when it comes to Uruguay, there's a demand, an international demand, and also there's internal consumption, obviously. So we have to take a closer look at how consumption patterns at a global level will be able to drive demand for our internally produced products. We need to harness biomass. In some other countries, they still have a long way to go in this regard, but in Uruguay, we have already done that. We need to provide support for research and scientific development initiatives. And especially, we need to intensify pilot project production in different production activities so that we can bring this initial experience, which has had many manifestations in processes such as bio-value or circular bio-opportunities. We need to extend that across all production sectors in the country. Pilot projects, I wanted to delve deeper into detail. We identified 2 pilot projects, bovine meat and dairy production. We made a proposal to transform the logistics system of the value chain and the cold chain, which is absolutely key for these 2 activities. So our proposal is to optimize the dairy collection and distribution logistics mechanisms, reducing the usage of cold mechanisms in terms of fuel and in terms of resources consumed. Also, we wanted to improve the income of all of these producers, because if we are able to sell a higher quality product in the international market, we will be able to compensate them better for what they do, improving the quality of the systems, and essentially cutting down on greenhouse gas emissions, which transport contributes greatly to. 11.9% of the total greenhouse emissions in the country come from this area in particular, logistics. And given that dairy production is one of the main economic activities of our country, if we cut down on the greenhouse gas emissions arising from its logistics operations, then that would be a great victory. The idea of the project is gradually replacing the logistics fleet with zero carbon emission vehicles. Now, this is already underway, and we need to look into renewable energy. We have a lot of it, fortunately, so one option could be electrifying the transport fleet and improving cold chains at a primary phase level. We do have a lot of renewable energy available from renewable resources available in the country as it is, so we're at an advantage. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to give you more details. This is only the presentation. Basically, the idea is to improve transport systems efficiency, optimizing routes, cutting down on loading times, making improvements on the cold chain in the primary phase. I mean, we have a lot of possibilities and opportunities, and these opportunities are geared towards eventually achieving a circular economy, saving energy, cutting down on transport costs, harnessing and cutting down on food waste, etc. I am truly sorry I'm not able to give you more details about this project. And the second project is related with bovine meat production. And basically what we thought of doing is revaluing the blood waste, which represents an important component of the live weight of the animal, and they have a high pollution potential if they go untreated. But on the other hand, they're highly valuable in the market. In other words, it is possible to process this blood waste coming from bovine meat production to basically, next please. It is possible to harness this blood waste as fertilizer, and revaluing blood waste can be used as fertilizer, as animal feed, as raw material for human consumption food products, and they hold a very high value for the pharmaceutical industry. The market price of some of these blood waste products is extremely high. So it is possible, once we go to a second phase, for these co-products to allow us to produce more than just blood meal, which is something that we're already working on. Maybe we can use the bovine albumin to create immunoglobulin. So this product holds high value, first and foremost, because of its integration with all of the demands of the project. There's a carbon emission component. It cuts down on pollution levels in the country. It revalues waste. It cuts down on greenhouse emissions. And it also represents a diversification of the national production. It adds new value, probably a high added value, by transforming waste, essentially. I think that does it for me. So to wrap up, I would like to thank the Ministry of Environment team, Jorge Castro, and all of his colleagues who supported this process with great zeal, with great care. And, this whole project was a complete challenge, obviously, but it was my pleasure to use your insights. So, I wanted to highlight their part in all of this. So this is my conclusion. Judith.
Thank you very much. Now, there's a small presentation made by Kevin of the cross products. And Kevin, I would appreciate you being super fast. And so we move on to the next session because we are very late, okay? Thank you.
All right. So, very quickly, cross-cutting products of this project, the cross-cutting results. Besides all of the detailed analysis we did as a national team, we found cross-cutting elements where it would be interesting to get to a consensus across all 4 countries in order to make progress towards a circular economy, both at a national level as well as a regional level. Now, a challenge that some of my colleagues already mentioned is speaking the same language, and that language is data. We have to use data to determine how we make progress towards circular economy. We spent a lot of time and a lot of effort on defining or proposing a circular indicator framework in the context of making progress on accumulated experiences per country. On the one hand, this should be a sort of a package of indicators that are easy to implement, a quick implementation package, if you will, using available mechanisms to create data. So that would be one group. The second group would be a series or a set of indicators that would make it possible to measure in the future, to measure and monitor progress made on activities that are compatible with circular economy. In this sense, we all have to acknowledge that we have a lot of gaps. We still have a lot of research to do. There's still a lot of research to be done. There's still a lot of data to be created. And we also have to analyze and manage this data. One goal of this component is creating a common language. As you can see in this picture, we propose an overarching framework made up of 3 levels, a micro level, a meso level, and a macro level. At a micro level, when we talk about circular economy, a lot of people recognize that this stems out from intentionally designing products or whatever it is you're designing to be compatible with circular economy. So, at a micro level, this means that not only do we have to keep circular economy when it comes to designing a product, but also at an organizational level of the company creating it. And to that end, we need indicators to find out if an organization, if a company or an SME is carrying out activities that will yield products and services that are compatible with circular economy. Also, there's a need to correlate different sectors. For example, in several occasions, the fact that this is cross-cutting, this is multidisciplinary, has been mentioned, and we can't continue working in silos. We have to have a common language to be able to connect with different sectors, and as well as to be able to address the necessities of the larger population. For example, mobility. The mobility supply chain includes a myriad aspects that need to communicate with one another. and they need to be able to communicate effectively. Then after that meso level, the connection between different sectors, etc., the international platform, the global platform, is still a very important component. For example, at the United Nations, they attempted at creating a definition for circular economy, and they came up with the Sustainable Development Goals. So circular economy is a fairly new concept. So that means that it's going to take us years to get to a collective general framework arising from the general consensus. So Judith and her team at the United Nations I'm pretty sure, will take it upon themselves to bring this topic to the General Assembly, because we need a common framework and we need a common language. We need to be able to exchange progress, and we need to be able to share our progress, and we need to compare countries, So this is our proposal. This is a proposal for circular indicators. We have literally analyzed all of the sources available on the matter so far. So this is cutting edge information. So what we decided to do was we decided to pull together all of the input into a framework sorted into different components. For example, energy management, water management, which we need to couple to different aspects. For example, materials. For example, energy. For example, water management. So this is point by point a combination of circular economy indicators that we call aspects or scenarios. We also defined... Sorry, 2 minutes. Okay. Anyway, well, we do have an advantage, dear audience, and it is that this material will be available for consultation. If you want to take a deeper look at it, you can also contact us, of course. Anyway, benchmarking. Now, this component was very important because we analyzed all of the regulatory frameworks, as well as the system. And something worthy to mention in all of this is leadership. Leadership is absolutely essential for a country to be able to make long-term progress towards circular economy. So leaders in each country should be thoroughly convinced that circular economy is both relevant and is able to contribute to the strategic development of the country. So just very quickly for all of you, this is something that's very interesting. We analyzed the sectors that each country prioritized. There's one thing in common, and that is infrastructure and construction. It was prioritized by all of the countries that we analyzed, amongst which are 5 European countries who already have a circular economy roadmap, and we compared those with the 4 countries participating in this project. And you might think that plastic, because it's such a trending topic today, you would think it was going to be formally documented and talked about in these processes, but it turns out it wasn't. It was only mentioned by 3 countries in a region, whereas just the Netherlands alone has made a priority of it. So this is very interesting. This whole process has been very interesting because, for example, we realized that there's an interpretation of what goes on outside, which is different from what's actually documented. Industry 4.0 components. Here's where we talk about all types of technological advances, big data, smart solutions, artificial intelligence, and how they all come together to make the process towards a circular economy easier. Unfortunately, I've just run out of time, but I do want to encourage you to read all the documents because it's very rich in detail, and all of the countries have reviewed and commented on this, and it's an extremely valuable product, a very unique product, and no one in the world has done something like this before. So this is very visionary. What CTCN is doing is very visionary. So I want to leave you with a couple final remarks. Positive trends. Each and every day, we find more initiatives being kicked off, being launched. There's also a need for all of us to continue connecting. Hopefully, some type of mechanism will make sure that this communication will be continuous to guarantee that we're all speaking in the same language, number one, and number two, we can continue exchanging new ideas, technologies, and solutions with one another. Anyway, with that, I'll wrap up. And I don't want to take any more time from our colleagues who are online waiting for me to finish my presentation, but please visit the CTCN website. The entire documentation is there, and you will be able to extract a lot of value for that. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you, Kevin, Hernan, Lina, Mauricio, Alexander, for this work. And we have some questions, but we have very short time. So I would give you, Kevin, step for the next session so that we already move forward and so we do not keep others waiting any longer. Thank you all for the attention in this session.
All right, we will continue. Is about the next steps to take. We learned a lot from this project, from this process, so we would like to invite our colleagues to tell us the main focal points according to their country, and share their visions with us, as well as what are some of the next steps that your country is going to take regarding moving towards a circular economy. I would like to invite John Chang from the communication system in Brazil, Jimena Rosa Espejo from the Chilean Agency of Climate Change and Sustainability, Jorge Castro from the Ministry of Environment and Land Planning from Uruguay. And just give me a second. I can't remember the name of our colleague from, Ixchel Nieto, also from INEC, National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to start right away with Daniel. Daniel, can you share your experience with us throughout this year and a half process? Please give us your perspectives and tell us what are some of the next steps. Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm going to be speaking English, so if you need a simultaneous translation, please make the language switch.
Very short on time. I'll try to follow one of the circular model, which is less is more. So basically, I like to thank Kevin and all your team during this technical assistance. We've been working together during all this year, and it's been very significant work. And I like to thank all your hard work and dedication to that. I like to thank you again, Judith from CTCN and all the CTCN team as well. This technical assistance, it's of amazing, great value to Brazil. And basically, the question to me for this session was, with the outcomes of this technical assistance, what's next? So I'll try to, in a nutshell, I would say that there are six main points we need in order to enhance and to foster a circular economy transition, which is partnerships, governance, cultural shift, research and innovation, technological development and funding. And I'll try to work on that, to develop more on that in the next few minutes. But before that, I work at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations. And in Brazil, our ministry, our mission is to create knowledge, is to produce wealth for Brazil, and to improve quality of life for Brazilians. And we work in many different areas. Many of them are directly relationship with circular economy. For example, bioeconomy, which I work at coordination in Brazil. We are very proud because circular economy is a guideline, and this is one of the first documents in federal government to adopt circular economy as a guideline. Of course, in Brazil, bioeconomy is play a key role for circular economy, not only on biomass treatment, on waste treatment, but new bioproducts, green chemistry, and the list goes on and on. One short example, let's take a look at the acai value chain in the Amazon. For those who doesn't know, acai is a berry, is an Amazon berry, and it's very rich on antioxidants and many elements, vitamins, and it's a value chain of more than $1 billion on exports, but this is raw material. The communities do not retain this value. And the actual production system generates a lot of waste, and this waste is not connected in a circular way. And since logistics is in the Amazon is very difficult, we have a big loss in the production. So we are trying to somehow figure out how to give some solutions to that. We are implementing a new technology of producing a dry acai from the berry. So this would reduce dramatically the losses. So this is the kind of a circular economy thinking that we are trying to implement in Brazil in all of the projects that we are working on. Let's take a look at another very complex system, which is the e-waste, the electronic waste situation, which is a huge number. Let's take a look, 40 million tons per year. That's a lot. And Brazil is one of the biggest production of e-waste. And of course, if you go to the numbers, we are doing the amount that we are remanufacturing. It's a tiny fraction, but we are piloting and figuring out different ways of dealing with that, and training people and recovering that, investing in research institutes in ways of, for example, recovering metals from these devices in a way that is environmentally sound and does not need huge facilities and huge scales, recovering elements from batteries. We have a urban mining project as well as a mining technology center in the Rio de Janeiro. What I mean is we need to think on partnerships on all levels. The government alone will not fix, not even the business sector. We need to organize ourselves in a different ways. In order to make the circular economy move forward, of course, we need to mainstream that in the industry. And here are a couple of examples in Brazil. Let's take a look at green plastic. When we have this Braskem initiative, which is, I mean, this is industrial scale. This is a huge project. Braskem is the biggest green polyethylene producer in the world, and it's in Brazil. So this is very significant. Oracil, the other example, produces precipitated silica from rice. So the list goes on, and we need these big industry projects as well. But we do need as well space for innovation, space for startups, space for disruptive solutions. And FINEP is a public funding agency that is really making a case and pioneering the investment in Brazil. We are very proud that they are funding circular economy startups in Brazil. Pollen is one of them. Pollen is developing a B2B marketplace on waste, and they are now in an acceleration program to launch this platform. I'd like to share with you as well a very interesting case, Bumera in Brazil. This is the social entrepreneur of the year. Many corporations are adopting this methodology. This is very innovative. This is a way of also engaging more and more people on the circular economy agenda. So again, we need to figure out ways of working together, of have a governance in a way that works. Cultural shift is not easy, but we need to start working on that. Everybody knows that circular economy is a huge opportunity. Nobody denies that, but we need to walk the talk. We need concrete steps, and we need to be more pragmatic as well. So in this sense, in Brazil, we are in an auspicious moment because we are the findings of the circular economy roadmap project in Brazil is also connected with the technological action plan of the TNA in Brazil. One of the prioritized technologies is Industry 4.0, and you'll find that circular economy can be a very interesting way of dealing with that. So I like to acknowledge the TNA project members for the outstanding work, and we are kind of merging the findings they have in terms of barriers, in terms of opportunities, and mixing that with the findings we have in our roadmap. And most probably next year we will propose something to start on that. I like to remark that as well. The many people and organizations in Brazil, more than 140 participants on our survey for this roadmap. So I like to thank you, all of you, for your participation. Important institutes in Brazil like Senai, CETIC, the National Industry Federation, University, São Paulo University, Rio de Janeiro as well. So many people engaged in Brazil in circular economy right now. This pilot project we are designing with 4 main blocks: norms and regulation. We are working and discussing things like ISO indicators, metrics for circular economy. Of course, capacity building. Don't get wrong. People always are the best resource. So technology is important, but without people, we don't know anything. Partnerships, of course, we won't have anything in a sectorial Cartesian way. We need to look at the things in a holistic way, in a system thinking approach, to understand the relationship of the parts. In technology development, of course, demonstrative projects like the Circle Districts project in Brazil. We have many demonstrative projects that we can move forward. And last but not least, let's not forget, we need to learn from ecosystems. We need to learn how to live sustainably, and that's the message that I like to finish my talk. And thank you again very much for this event.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, very inspiring examples. And yeah, in the case of Brazil, and I guess Alex can agree with us, it has been a very interesting experience of engaging with so many different parties, partners, and showcasing their willingness to collaborate and come to a concerted view in action. So I can congratulate the team for that, and this is very promising. So it's like the beginning of a new big momentum going forward for 2021. Thank you very much, Daniel. I would like to switch at once to Jimena Ruz on behalf of the Agency for Sustainability and Climate Change of Chile.
Well, thank you very much. I will try to be as shorter as our Brazilian colleague, because he had a record in his presentation. So I want to thank CTCN for this opportunity. I value a lot their work, and I will tell you in short terms what comes next. That was the question they asked us, so I will try to summarize it in three big topics. First, the roadmap of circular economy that we are in right now. The second topic has to do with a lot of the initiatives and of very high impact in order to be able to advance in sustainable economy in our country. And third, the contribution that as an Agency of Sustainability and Climate Change and the institution I represent, we are having in this logic of supporting the circular economy. So just as a precedent, I want to point out that Chile has a robust regulatory framework in the sense that we have a lot of commitments as a country through the contribution that we have in national-wise, in which in its component of integration considers the circular economy. And that gave us an overly important kick, because the commitment that was made by Chile, in front of the macro convention, we established as a goal to generate a roadmap in 2020. So in addition, indicators of the circular economy and also a strategy of organic waste. And this, in some sense, speed a lot of our activities in this area that we are developing as a country. This is why the 2020, we started with this roadmap of circular economy in which we had 5 great objectives. First, to connect all the key actors and also to imagine how it was going to look, all this circular Chile for 2040, and also make and agree to the great changes, and also teach the strategy and planning and relieve the issue of circular economy in the country. I want also to tell that the process that we worked with CTCN was also a key in our initial phase. We were helped with this diagnosis in the strategic sense, and also they help us in a very important way, because we were able to perform regional surveys in 4 regions of our country, as Irina already commented on the previous block. Also, the Chile Ministry of Environment had matched this with the mapping analysis of our stakeholders. Therefore, all of this information has allowed us to develop the circular economy roadmap. This roadmap has been led by the Ministry of Economy alongside CORSU, which is the Development of Corporation, the Agency of Sustainability and Climate Change, and also the Economic Ministry. These are the stakeholders that are participating directly in this technical committee that is leading the roadmap. Nowadays, we can say that after all of this diagnosis process, these workshops, and all the strategic extensions and visualization workshops, and also trying to validate all of these binding segments, we are already here at this stage where we are preparing a document and we are going to go to a popular consultation. So this roadmap establishes 4 main areas of work, which are circular innovation, circular culture, and also circular territory. Unlike many other countries that have defined sectors, in Chile's case, our strategy throughout the roadmap was linked by cross-cutting issues. All these issues will be prioritized in different productive sectors or activities of the country, and each activity or sector will somehow have to advance innovation and culture, or also in circular territory. The circular regulation is a topic that as a country, it worries us because our regulation, it doesn't worry us because our regulation does not always recognize the opportunities of a circular economy, so it is necessary to move forward strongly in that path. The goals that were set in these roadmaps have to do with opportunities, employment opportunities. There's also a figure of more of 100,000 jobs for 2030 and 180,000 for 2040. So that's the goal. All that has to do with the circular citizenship, the decrease in solid waste in less of 10% for 2030 and decreasing to 25% in 2040. All it has an increase in recycling in municipality waste, and so here comes a whole strategy to separate by origin, and it will start strongly and by law. There's also goals related to circular production as a waste of generation. In general, of all our activities as a country, a general recycling figure and an increase in tangible productivity and products, and also a topic that was very important and demanded by the groups that worked this roadmap, and it was that the roadmap had a glance of the quality of life of all citizens. So one of the necessary aspects is the elimination of micro wastes. What regards, other binding and high impact initiatives, so Chile has a very important law, Ley REP. Today, we already have 6 products with the regulations and they are starting to operate. This is key because it generates a change in the logic as a country of how we work these products. The starting products are tires, packaging containers, and lubricated oils. These are the 3 products to be carried out from this project. Another binding element, as already mentioned, is the organic residual, which is going to establish some goals that are very relevant of decreasing the disposal waste, and also 10% of this waste will see them in 2040. There's also a very relevant increase in what's called recycling in the households, and recycling as a separation of origins, as we spoke earlier. With this 10% of waste and the increase of the recycling percentage, we think that are some initiatives that it's going to help go out of this 1% that we would say that we are going to start recycling in Chile. This year, we also have the roadmap of the construction sector in a framework of a strategic program of resources for 2025. And this roadmap will establish a sustainable version of the wastes and resources for a circular economy in the construction sector. We think that this is one of the most important sectors in which we have to go forward in order to have an impact greater. I want to tell you that Chile is part of the Pact of for plastics in the international level. We were the second country worldwide to join this pact, and it's promoted by the Foundation Stella MacArthur, Chile. We are already in the year 2020 implementing the first measures that have to do with these great 4 goals that were set to us as a country. So this is an initiative that is linked to the previous ones and will give us an important differentiation in terms of plastic is related. Okay, Irina already mentioned the creation of a circular economic center for the macro northern area. This center is what seeks to enhance areas related to solar energy, salts, lithium batteries, storage of energy, metal mining, and no metal. Chile is a country with a high energy and has solar renewable energies in the north area. So therefore, this will have the vocation, and the product will have private and public alliance with more than 11 entities and with a $13 million investment. So, what is the contribution of the Agency of Sustainability and Climate Change to all of this? Well, we as an agency are very happy to move forward and tell you briefly that we operate through voluntary agreements and support the transfer of companies, and we also support the transformation of companies and territories to improve efficiency and competitiveness. We have as a role to implement climate change policies and sustainability, and also to mobilize the private sector for the fulfillment of the commitments that we took as a country. So I also want to point out that as an indicator of the instruments and also the next upcoming activities, we are looking and working very strong with a new clean agreement of production that will look to define the indicators, and that's why we are working with such an important guild in the country. I'm sorry. So a second challenge was already pointed out by Augusto Dermo, has to do with the challenges of circular territories that's very linked with the roadmap of circular economy. So we have to work in the territory and also be supported by the diagnosis of the CTCN, also in strategical groups, in order to involve all the stakeholders in the territory in this work. Chile is a country that is very vulnerable to droughts. This affects great part of our territory. That's why one of the lines of works that we're going to do as an agency is the hydrological deficit in the community level, and also strategic groups of different parts, and also with some other projects in a pilot level in order to define other routes. We are also working with the certified blue accords in order for them to support us in the same line, which is water footprint in a direct or indirect level for companies and providers of our country. Everything that has to do with the secondary markets, we are working in 3 stages. One is with tires. This is a group that, through the REP law, they have a deadline of 8 years, and they will have to collect and also exploit the 40% of their tires that have been worn out. So this is a big challenge for us as a country, and it's also an investment and a solution in order to potentialize investments and entrepreneurs. In the same way, in the framework of the strategic project of circular economy of construction, we are working in a project of clean production, specifically for the construction sector of the circular construction of Valparaiso, where we seek also to generate new business models and to support all of the supply chain of the construction in order to produce in a sustainable way. Yes, I'm sorry. There's just below my building, there's a machine and it's producing a lot of noise. So that's the noise you are listening to. And there's nothing I can do about it, but yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay, last but not least, we've been working this year as well in an accord of clean production for plastic resins. And what we seek, what this accord seeks, is to establish a supply of recycled resins got from the recovery and also valorization from the packages, and also be able to generate this development in this market. We only import most of our resins. We import them. What we use right now from what we recycle is only like 1%. So this is a very relevant line as well. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope I had only taken 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Jimena. As always, Irina, who's by my side, thank you very much also for your cooperation. Yeah. And for your insights and recommendations throughout the entire process. It's been very important to guide us and achieve the goals we had for ourselves. I would like to transition to Mexico. I would like to invite Dr. Juan Excel Nieto, Director of Research for Low Carbon Emission Strategies at the Institute of Ecology and Climate Change. Go ahead, Excel.
Thank you, Kevin, and good morning. Good morning to everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to present what we see that might be the most important elements towards the circular economy transition in Mexico. I will first start with some presentations that I will pass very quickly to give the context of what we identify as next steps. Then, well, as you probably already know, Mexico, we have a starting point very progressed in climate change policy for the implementation of national agreements, specifically within the framework of the Paris Agreements. Here, I only show the most recent years where it is already very specific what are the goals that we have to set ourselves as a country to advance our climate policy. And this is already by law, already raised also in our general climate change law. This is relevant because in the event of a transition to a circular economy model, it is visualized that it can support us in meeting our climatic mitigation goals, where not only it is considering reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also has a target of reducing climate pollutants with short life, specifically black carbon. And well, also this is linked to the fulfillment of a target of reduction of 22% greenhouse gases already with a sectoral distribution of how this mitigation target would have to be met with specific inputs by each sector of Mexico's economy according to the law. So in this sense, the advance of this project that you already know towards the instrumentation and development of a map road of circular economy will give us the elements to be able to have an approach and an identification of some measurements that will allow us to success with several elements of our national policy that I'm going to explain right now. We have as a background the diagnosis of initiatives and key actors of circular economy with the involvement of the private sector, public, academia, and also the research area. We made a mapping of circular economy initiatives and actors in Mexico. As surely you know, there are many initiatives that have emerged directly from the private sector for an interest in assessing their environmental impact and reducing their operating costs to become more competitive. That is the case of the paper industry that made its own carbon footprint study to be able to promote the development of its productive activities, but also with a less impact on the environment. This review of initiatives already underway identify, for example, actions in transnational companies where they have specifically dedicated themselves to reducing their water requirements. Even taking advantage of the water that is already contained in food is, for example, there's a case of production of milk where the water containing milk is separated from milk powder as part of its production process, and then the water receives a series of treatments to take advantage of in the same plant. There's important opportunities identified for industrial symbiosis. We're also identified here in, like, for example, agave tequila, which is a very important chain in Mexico industry. But we also identify specific opportunities of symbiosis in the industrial areas, in the fabrics that are located that could be coming together several companies in terms of how to take advantage of the waste of one that can be inputs for another. So then this is an element that is also identified as very important towards the circular economy transition. Also in the cement industry, well, it's already a branch that has a high energy consumption that are of the sectors that identify as priorities for the use of waste and also as a strategy towards the circular economy, and also with experience in that regard. Then on the basis of all this work, a number of indicators were already identified for the case of Mexico that could give us these elements of quantification in order to have a measure of progress of these measures, so that are already underway, but also those projects that can potentially be developed and be interesting in these priority sectors to advance in circular economy. For the case of Mexico, 8 baselines indicators plus 10 transition indicators were identified in different areas. Here I am only showing some central elements that have to do with energy, water, materials, and climate change, and how these specific indicators can allow us to account for as progress and allow us to raise awareness of how this material circular economy is showing up. What we did on Work Arises, one of the central elements of the next steps that has to do with how to make an analysis of the existing regulation in Mexico in order to make an alignment and a synergy of objects raised of and thus give away to the regulatory framework of circular economy and identify as a key element sectors that can be interesting for a transition of this circular economy. For example, the case of the waste of the industry of the construction sector, and also it's central in order to be able to make the economy more resilient in the frame of this crisis that we're having, environmental, health, and economic crisis that we in the whole world are living. So we already identified these elements in a very clear way, lessons that we already learned according to the project and how it was developed in Mexico. One is that there are key sectors that are relevant to the development of to develop pilot projects of circular economy, and also it will allow us to meet this greenhouse gas emissions compromises, the ones that I initiated my presentation with for the implementation of the Paris Accords. But these projects also allow us to meet other goals set, for example, in the ODS objectives, and to achieve goals and set that may have an economical and environmental social benefits in overall for the implementation of a circular economy model. It is identified that it is in the initial phase, but that it's growing in the previous years and has been developed different sectors, basically in the private sector, where they identify industries with significant advances that are applying life cycle tools and advances in sustainability. Also standards and linked to meeting specific environmental regulations goals, but also a measure to increase their competitiveness and change of entire new markets. It is identified that we have as an area of opportunity to achieve this transition, greater training and technological innovation to focus on the design of programs for authorities and general elements of incentives and financial programs for authorities and people that make the decision in order to generate the elements and incentives during the financial viability. A central element that has shown up during the different interviews that we'd had with the private sector is the financing requirement to be able to advance in its circular economy strategies. It's also identified and was a central pilot that, for example, specifically in cement and steel, highlighted the importance of taking into account the distance and transport of the materials. Given, say, the situation and geographical conditions of Mexico, which make it necessary to articulate a circular economy at the regional level, and these elements of circular economy located in geographical spaces would also allow us to be more resilient to the impacts of climate change. That is the case in Mexico. We are a very vulnerable country because of the geographical location we have, and also because we have seas on both sides, among other elements of soil and meteorological type, and that in addition to being able to meet this resilience or to be able to have a greater resilience to the impacts of climate change would allow us to address issues of economic and social crisis. It is also identified that there is already progress towards circular cities, has already a level of local government. There are specific approaches from the city of the Mexico City. They already have an action plan of circular economy and zero garbage. And also in Guadalajara, they're also looking how to impulse the circular economy in a very integral way that involves the society, the government, and also the private sector and the academy, which is a very important sector, but with a recycling focus. Also in Cancun, which is the city that has more international tourism, they are trying to create a green city, a smart green city, completely circular and sufficient in food and energy. Actually, recently, the government of Quintana Roo, which is where Cancun is located, already thought of a route to be able to decarbonize, specifically linked to these topics of circular economy. So this is in terms of climate change. And also in the city of Guadalajara, we are also thinking of the city is already planning a general plan of solid waste focused in recycling. So I'm just gonna talk about this later. Okay, so opportunities of circular economy, central element that was identified with the different interviews and approaches that we had with the stakeholders was the necessity to adopt a regulation in order to provide materials and energy. And in this sense, as a part of this project, we decided to do a specific analysis about how to regulate the different regulations that already exist. The bill of climate change, the bill of waste, the bill of a good use of water, and for example, considering the elements of energy, renewable energy, and all these regulations that actually exist, but you have to get them together to be able to take another step in this initiative of circular economy that's already in the Senate of Mexico, and that it's thinking to be open to the public discussion in next months in order to be able to provide a future law of circular economy and other elements that have to do and were identified like areas or opportunity was the creation of a materials sector separated from the transition towards the advantage of materials in a market that it's going to be beneficial for its transition. They were identified as areas of opportunity to achieve. It is necessary to invest in technology and transfer and conversion, but from the beginning, from the development and the conception of products and services towards innovation and transformation and research, we know that there is a need to develop mechanisms that facilitate this type of inputs for the different sectors. Just that it's identified as a central element is to have this communication and these databases that allow us to identify who generates that, what, and what can be used by someone else. Also to favorize the redesign of business models, products, and services, and look for these collaborative models that facilitate the transmission of knowledge of circular economy, industry, and 4.0. Also, an area of opportunities to advance the transition, but also a very important element that arose a lot in interviews is that the circular economy is very confused with the reuse of minimization and recycling of waste, and understanding the fundamental difference of what circular economy is, it's key to public policies, decision making, and that is raised at a federal level, but also in local governments, which is what is identified as following steps: as the review and analysis of the regulatory framework for the transition from circular economy. This is a work that we hope to conclude and leave ready for publication this month, and that will be the basis of the technical importance to support the circular economy initiative in the Senate of Mexico. The other element that is already identified as key to the development of roadmap is be able to have the projects, their pilot projects in the specific sectors. Like an example is the construction sector, but also they are keys for the economy to activate itself. We know that we need to go ahead with technical support in order to develop a future strategic of circular economy in Mexico. And also, it's a public policy agreement that we are discussing right now in terms of Mexico, that we're able to approach this transition towards regions and cities that are circular in climate policy. We have to socialize and develop indicators and baselines that can give us reference in order to grade the success that we're going to have in the different initiatives that we are going to have in circular economy, and also to include approaches in economical, social, and environmental actions that we're going to take into account, and also the research and instrumentalization of the actions of the circular economy that might apply in a local context, but also represent a very high social impact. This is one of the elements that we are identifying at power level, let's say at a political level, let's say to have actions of circular economy, but in a community level. And last, I would want to say that we are visualizing from the revising of the status of the diagnosis of the circular economy and what's happening in other countries, and for the making of their policy of circular economy, we identify several elements that might be helpful for our strategy of circular economy in Mexico. First of them is that we have to perceive the circular economy like an element in order to help the sustainability and competitivity development, but also that generates social well-being for the population. Other central elements that are here have to do with avoiding the overexploitation of the natural resources and the condition of biodiversity and nature itself that Mexico has. This is a central element that will allow us to reach the objectives of the Paris Accords and also the other objectives that will help to foment the competitivity and also the economic growth, including inclusive inside the population, which might be the baselines that we can assess for this strategy. It has to do with improving the circular of materials and the energy and creation of new secondary markets and foment synergies between the government and the private sector and society. This has worked very well for other environmental strategies like climate change. And also there's an initiative to also foment social benefit and local development. And well, this way we assure that our own people are the ones that impose and value these actions in circular economy. And last, well, to help this transition through research, innovation, and digitalization. And that will be all, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Itziel. I loved the last slide because it shows that you have achieved the main conclusions, and you now have what do you call it? A target, a well-defined target. So congratulations for all of the collective work you've done. We will continue this cooperation in the future for 2021. So thank you very much, Itziel. I would like to ask Jorge Castro, our colleague at the Department of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Land Planning from Uruguay. Jorge, please feel free to correct me if I didn't get your job position correctly. Anyway, Jorge has worked very closely with Hernan and our team on leading the process in Uruguay. And we know that Uruguay was focused on two subsectors of the economy. So we're really happy with the work you've done. Same question goes to you. What are the next steps? What's next based on the results obtained? Thank you, Jorge. Thank you very much, Kevin. Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank you guys for inviting me to participate in this workshop. And yes, I do have to make something clear to you and to everyone who's watching this that the ministry currently is the Ministry of Environment. It used to be the Ministry of Household, Land, Ordinance, and Environment, as Kevin said. But this year, the environmental part split off, meaning that the environment got its own ministry. And this is something we did in order to highlight how relevant the environment is when it comes to public policy in Uruguay. And the Climate Change Division is within this new ministry. Obviously, I would like to thank CTCN for inviting us to participate with CTCN. We've had prior participation experience in successful projects. that have been greatly beneficial for the country. I would like to thank Judith especially because with her leadership, she has helped us bring this work to fruition. And obviously, I would also like to acknowledge my peers, Carla Sininam, and the other climate change team members. Without their help, this work would have been impossible. Also, I would like to thank Hernan Carlino and the consultants for their contributions and their patience. Anyway, CTCN, when CTCN invited us to participate, we obviously were very well acquainted with what they did. And obviously, because we had worked in the past in Uruguay, also, we recognize their task as the operational component of their organization. And through this study, we understood that it was going to be a region-focused study. With this, a new activity, a new way of doing things was actually being kicked off, It is focused on climate change, according to NDC, which we were particularly interested in, the Sustainable Development Goals. And also, it had a component of an overview of the progress of circular economy in each country. We understood that this was going to be a great contribution. It was going to give us a lot of knowledge. We were going to learn a great deal about our region, about our country, and about ourselves. And climate change is absolutely crucial to our office, obviously. So the results we have obtained in this process that have been presented here by my colleagues before me on the assessment of the status of circular economy in Uruguay are very interesting, A set of indicators have been suggested that would allow us to compare progress between different countries, and also the Industry 4.0 condition in my country has also been studied. And it has been studied because, it has been studied in a very preliminary manner. These are initial studies. However, this is important information that we need to take into account, and we need to take that into account in order to implement circular economy in our country. Obviously, as it was mentioned before, there was a lot of background when it comes to circular economy in Uruguay. We had worked with circular economy before the CTCN. We had awards, we had circular awards, and obviously documents at a general public policy. For example, the Circular Economy National Plan, which already existed when we did the Kickoff workshop, as well as starting the project. All of that was taken into account, obviously, and the people who participated in making all of these plans and all of these policies also participated in the Kickoff workshop. So, as consultant Carlinos was telling us, we decided to prioritize topics that were prioritized before. One of such topics was food, and within the food category, we had the dairy and the bovine meat industry. We wanted to look at it not just as a supply chain, but rather as a network with a myriad different nodes, because we know that circular economy touches upon every single subject, every single component, not only industrialization, not only primary manufacturing, but also how the product gets to the end consumer and what the end consumer's consumption habits are like. So based on what we discussed during the Kickoff workshop and based on the work that we had done before the CTCN and all of the policies and all of the public instruments, we decided to place our focus on these two areas: the bovine meat supply chain and the dairy supply chain. With the bovine meat supply chain, we wanted to use the blood waste. And regarding the dairy supply chain, we wanted to optimize its logistic operations. And we had a second workshop online this time around, sponsored by all of the participants. So this is how we're going to move forward. And I'm not going to tell you about the next steps we're going to take in technical terms, because we know that circular economy must and should be applied in many different topics, in many different aspects, from the technical to the non-technical aspects. But I am going to focus on climate change, and which is what we do at my office, the Department of Climate Change. We already have a climate change policy whereby circular economy is mentioned as an opportunity to make a transition towards a decarbonized culture. In our country, climate change, especially its component regarding the processes we're working on, are processed at a national level as a response to climate change. This is a system made up of many different ministries, led by the Ministry of Environment currently. However, we have participation from a lot of different ministries, the Ministry of Livestock, the Ministry of Land Ordinance, etc., etc. So this is how we coordinate several different actions and several different specificities regarding climate action at a national level. We're trying to anticipate the future a little bit. So circular economy and the results of this project have to be applied. That's first and foremost. We started applying those this year, and in order for us to be able to finish a long-term climate mitigation strategy next year, we're working heavily on circular economy. We know that circular economy will be playing a very important role. It's a cross-cutting thing, and it will have an impact on many different things that have been mentioned, gender affairs, job opportunity access, and mitigation and adaptation to climate change, which is the focal point of our work. Then, also for next year, the second contribution decided upon at a national level, as I already mentioned, we already have a climate change national policy. We are going to include circular economy into public policy. That's our plan. And we could also request technical assistance from CTCN to help us out on regional projects, as well as the implementation of circular economy in public policies. There are many different opportunities and there are many different calls to actions across the country, but we understand that the CTCN support can be very important towards developing our projects. And they're also going to be invaluable when applying these principles to the supply chains that we picked. Obviously, innovation, being able to develop new products and new strategies for manufacturing are going to be very important, especially for a country such as ours. Ours is a country with a small internal market, greatly dependent on exports, and our exports go to increasingly more demanding markets. in terms of the environment, in terms of climate change adaptation. So we think that innovation and development require a great deal of efficiency, and obviously Industry 4.0 and other similar components must be taken into account when thinking on future building future capacities. We already have projects, we already have documents. As was mentioned before, we want to build a 100% renewable energy generation plant. And we want to continue studying how best to harness waste and increasing efficiency. Once again, thank you very much for your attention. I wanted to be very brief because we are under very rigid time constrictions. So thank you very much, Kevin. Back to you. Thank you very much, Jorge. With these words, and with the conclusions of our 4 colleagues from all 4 countries that participated in the project, I wanted to invite Madam Diana Ramos Perez. I'm sorry, my Spanish just collapsed all of a sudden. Diana Perez Ramos is the Latin American Director of CTCN, the CTCN Director for Latin America. Thank you very much, Jorge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, and to all the participants for joining us and staying to the end. We thank you very much. I'm going to take key points from my speech, so it will take no more than 3 minutes. I wanted to tell you basically the vision that CTCN has in terms of circular economy in the region and our plans for the future. At the moment, we're closing a technical assistance that includes 4 countries, but we're also starting a new one that is including another 5. There are Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Salvador, Paraguay, and we're also developing an individual technical assistance for Costa Rica, all working on the issue of circular economy. This is how we have 10 countries in the region that are seeking support for their strategies around the circular economy. This is what we understand as an awakening of a region towards the circular economy. So we see it of great importance, and we are looking within our work strategies how to support them. Initially, our assistance is through technical assistance, but we are also developing capacity building and network activity in the area of circular economy and other priority issues for the region. I wanted to mention this a little bit because I think there could be made a continuity to activities that we are mentioning. Listening to the participating countries regarding their future strategies, the role of CTCN could continue in the implementation of these initiatives. I was talking, for example, about development of regulatory framework, market analysis, implementation of pilots in sectors that you have prioritized in this exercise, in the construction of baselines, monitoring indicators, circular economy strategies. All these activities that follow and that each country develop is what we have taken into account in this roadmap. We can also invite them to participate and support them in the implementation. In addition, we are planning capacity building and networking activities for next year and different topics including circular economy. These matchmaking events have a not very common focus in our activities, but it is very important to place a virtual interaction space where direct links are generated between the demand side of technical and financing assistance and organizations that promote such solutions, such as CTCN, but also other members of our network and financial institutions. Then, in these spaces that we are going to open to the public next year, and that we will inform in due course on our website can move as channels of communication and implementation of the actions that you have prioritized. I would also like to mention very quickly that recently the regional seat of CTCN was established in Mexico City. Before, we managed the management from our headquarters in Copenhagen, with the aim of having greater approach to the region and creating more fluid communication spaces where there is no difficulty in the time difference and we can be closer to the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. So this is an invitation for them to remind you to link with us, because we want to generate dialogue and related to all of the circular economy efforts. Last but not least, I would like to mention that CTCN is part of the regional coalition in circular economy. This is a very interesting process about to be established and led by the United Nations Environment Program. They coordinate the creation of this coalition but have several international and regional allies such as Helen MacArthur Foundation, the Renat Foundation, the Global Economic Fund, and PASE, that is organized by the Institute of Global Resources. Then this coalition is very important because it aims to develop a coherent vision and common region strategies so that we have a greater impact on our efforts and build cooperation between us. This is a platform to exchange good practice experiences and have better technical support. This is something that we're also working on in CTCN to support this initiative. I only have to thank the organizers of this event, especially SFD, American Sustainable Development Foundation, Factor, and the representative of the countries that were part of this event. And also wish you best lucks in your initiatives and to keep the efforts, and also that you can count on us in all of these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, CTCN. Bye-bye. Have a great day, everyone. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you very much, CTCN. Judith, thank you very much. Mauricio Centeno also. All the team, thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.